Yes. Good morning. Nice to see all of you again. Okay, I'm going to start off talking about virtual reality because that's a fundamental concept of this model. Virtual reality has been taken, has been a model, has been an idea for probably 30 years. It goes back a ways, but it was never seen as mainstream. It was always very, very fringe. There were a couple of people back in the 1990s who thought it was a good idea. Dr. Edward Fredkin, a physicist, MIT, then Boston University, then Carnegie Mellon. So he's a top-tier physicist, very well known. He thought virtual reality was a good idea, and he gave a couple of physics papers that supported that. And a little later than that, there were a few physicists who thought that quantum mechanics could only be explained with the concept, not of virtual reality. They didn't say that because that really wasn't a concept in those days, but they said that it was information-based. Okay. Information-based. But it wasn't until maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago that the concept of virtual reality really took off inside of physics departments. And now it is the newest, biggest, best concept going inside of physics departments. It's taken very seriously. Top-tier physicists from top-tier universities get together and discuss virtual reality, this information, this being an information-based universe. And the reason that that's so is that the scientists' experiments are forcing them into that perspective. You can't explain the results of the experiments in any other way other than looking at reality as information. For example, physicists used to see an electron as a little chunk of mass with charge. Now they see an electron as a point with the attributes of mass and the attribute of charge. That's different. If you were going to model an electron in a computer, you'd model it as a point with attributes of charge and attributes of mass. So they've shifted their understanding of the physical world to a information-based understanding. I shouldn't say that in the past tense, shifted. They're shifting. They're moving in that direction. What they haven't done very well is look at virtual reality. Just think about the nature of virtual reality. We have virtual reality computer games. So we should look at those and see how they work in the sense of their basic characteristics, because there are a few things that are just fundamental to virtual reality. And every virtual reality, whether it's a computer game or whether it's this physical universe, will have those same attributes. It's just the logical nature of virtual realities to be that way. Okay. So given that physicists are more and more convinced that this is a virtual reality, you think they would immediately think about, well, what is the nature of a virtual reality? What does that mean? What are the logical consequences of this being a virtual reality? But they haven't gotten there yet. And I think it's because they really don't like that answer. They're willing to say this is a virtual reality, but they don't want to take the next step because it undermines all the things they believed in and thought for the last, how old are physicists? The last 300 years. So it's a tough one to come to grips with for science. But anyway, let's look at video games to understand virtual reality, because we understand those and they're easy to understand. And then we'll apply that to our physical reality. One of the games that I have watched being played, I don't play video games, but my children played video games a lot when they were, teenagers or even pre-teenagers. So I've seen lots of video game play and watched it being done. And one of the games that my son and daughter both played a lot was called World of Warcraft. Okay, it's a role-playing game where you are an elf or a barbarian or a wizard of various other characters. And you roam around in the World of Warcraft world on quests to gain certain informations or to get certain objects that are important. So it's not quite a Dungeons and Dragons game, but it's kind of Dungeons and Dragons updated to a modern approach. My son tended to play an elf. Elves had some magic and some neat capabilities that he liked. So he played an elf. And his elf, if we think of his elf as being aware, his elf would look around at his world, which was the World of Warcraft map, and that world would seem physical to that elf. Right? That would be that elf's physical reality. But if the elf went looking for the source of his physical reality, he would not be able to find it. The source of his physical reality is a computer that's computing that reality. So he would never be able to open a door, go into a building, and find the computer that was computing his reality. That's illogical. A simulation can't compute itself. The computer then would have to be non-physical to the elf. So the source of a virtual reality has to be outside of the virtual reality. Pretty obvious, right? Okay. The second thing is that virtual realities work by a player and a computer exchanging data. That's how they work. The player says, elf, I want you to run away. He makes that command by hitting buttons on a keyboard or by moving a mouse, and that message is sent to the computer. The computer then sends data back that shows the elf running away and the consequences of the elf running away. Maybe he runs into a tree. Maybe he runs into a bigger monster. There's some consequences to him running away. Maybe he just doesn't get hurt in the fight that he's running away from. So the computer does that, and then the player gets that information, and the player reacts to that and sends more information back to the computer to tell what the elf does next. So the game is played between a player and a computer. The elf just reacts to what the player tells it to do. The player makes the choices, the elf just follows that. The elf is just ones and zeros in a computer, as is the whole game. Now, if the computer has to be non-physical to the elf, and if the player and the computer have to talk to each other, we know the player and the computer have to be in the same reality frame. Because you can only communicate within the same reality frame. You don't communicate directly between reality frames. So that means the player also has to be not physical from the viewpoint of the elf. Now, what is this player? What is this player? What is his role relative to the elf? The player is the elf's consciousness. Okay? The player makes all the elf's choices. Without the player making a choice, the elf just stands there and does nothing. Okay. So now we have established that in any virtual reality, the virtual reality itself is ones and zeros in a computer. The computer sends a data stream to the player. The player interprets that data stream as the virtual reality. Okay, now with the World of Warcraft, that data stream to the player comes out as 1,000,000 pixels on a monitor. And the player looks at those 1,000,000 dots of light and interprets that as an elf running through the woods or swimming in a lake or fighting a monster or whatever. That's the player's interpretation of all those little dots of light. So the player, being the elf's consciousness, makes all the elf's choices. So now let's apply that to us. These are just fundamental facts of virtual reality. If we apply that to us, our body in this physical universe is just ones and zeros in a computer. Our consciousness and the computer are non-physical. And our consciousness and the computer are sharing information. The player is consciousness, part of what I call a larger consciousness system, and so is the computer. See, they're both part of the same reality. They're all consciousness. There's a subset of this larger consciousness system that is the computer. There's a part of it that is the player. Okay. So you have an individuated unit of consciousness, which is just a chunk of the larger consciousness system. That's the player. And you have another subset of that larger conscious system, and that's the computer. And both of those are non-physical to this virtual reality. Now, it turns out that physical and non-physical don't really have any fundamental meaning. Physical is whatever reality frame you happen to be in at the time appears physical to you. Okay, so if you're the elf, then World of Warcraft is your physical reality. Okay. If you're in a dream, having a dream, in that dream, the dream is physical. You're doing things that are physical in the dream. And this reality is non-physical. And when you're aware in this reality, if this is where you are, then the dream world and the elf's world and all of those seem non-physical to you. So physical, non-physical is just a word we use that relates to the observer, to the perspective of the observer. Nothing fundamental about it. Your dream reality is just as real as this reality, whether it's a daydream or a night dream. Your imagination creates data. That data stream defines reality. Reality is the information. Okay, so with that kind of introduction into virtual reality, I'd like to then step back a bit and talk about how the virtual reality operates. And yesterday, I talked to you about the fundamental way that it operates is that the virtual reality, of course, is created, this physical universe is created within our consciousness. We get a data stream. We interpret it as this. Okay. Now, how does that work? Okay. If I take a measurement, that just means I get some sense data. I measure something. I get light in my eyes or acoustic vibrations in my ears. I get some sense data. That's me taking a measurement. Okay. I'm interpreting the data. I get this measurement. When I do that, there is a process for determining what it is I find. Now, let's say that there are things that have never been looked at before. Maybe we'll say it's something in the depths of the ocean that's never been seen before because nobody's ever dived that deep. So if you go down to the very bottom floor of the ocean at the deepest parts of it and look around, you're likely to see things that no one's ever seen. And what will you see there? How does the reality tell you what's going to be there if it's just a digital reality? See? It does that by looking at all the possibilities. What are all the things that could possibly be there based on the no light, the pressure, the fact that it's water, et cetera, et cetera. There's only certain things that could be there. You're not going to find a palm tree growing there because that doesn't make any sense. You see, that's a very low probability. What might you find there? Well, there may be 100 things that you could find there that are possible to be there. And each one of these 100 things has a probability that it might be there. And all those probabilities form a probability distribution of the possibilities. And when that person takes a measurement, which means he opens his eyes down there or he turns on his floodlight, turns on his light to look, a random draw is taken from the probability distribution of the possibilities, and that's what he sees. Now, that then becomes a fact in this physical reality. He takes a picture, he scans his camera around. Now, anybody else that goes down there, the probabilities are different now than they were when nobody had ever seen that before. The probabilities have to be different because now anybody else goes down there, they have to see something that's not incompatible with what this person has already seen, because what this person has already seen now is a fact here, you see. So once it comes here, once the draw is made and it's part of this reality, it has to stay part of this reality. So that changes the probabilities of anybody else coming down there and looking. They must see something that's not totally incompatible with what the last person saw. Here's a little description of how that works. But what we have here is a graph with numbers going up here from 0 to 100. And we have these little, like a bar chart, right? These little bars going up. And I have the bars labeled A, B, C, D, F, and G. Now each one of these bars, here's bar A, represents a possibility. So there's something that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 possibilities, A through G. This possibility gets rated at about 50. Now that's just you can just make that number up. The number could be anything. It's the relative position of these things that's important, not the number itself. So I had just made the numbers easy by making the big one 100 and the rest of them some part of that. Okay. Now if I was actually doing probability, I'd make the big one 1 and all the rest of them some fraction of 1, but it's easier for most people to look at 100 and break that into pieces than it is to deal with decimals. So I made the big one 100. So this has a probability that's only half as big as that one. This one I have is 20. I don't know if you can see these numbers. But B only has a probability of 20. Okay, and C is the big one. That's the most likely one. 35, 15, 10, and 50. And if you add all of those up, you'll get 300. Okay. If you add those all up, the 50 plus 100 plus 35 plus 15 plus 10 plus 50 is 100. Now what that means is we can convert this to probability. And the way you do that is the probability of this one happening, out of the 7, what's the probability that this one would happen? Well, it's just 100 divided by 300. That's the fraction. Okay, that's the probability that this one will occur. The one at 10 would be 10 over 300 would be its probability that it would happen. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to look at this in terms of like a raffle. Okay, here's where we're going to do our random draw. This is a box. I'm going to put 50 cards in this box with an A on them. I'm going to put 20 cards in this box with a B on them, and so on. I'm going to put 100 cards in this box with a C on it. See what I'm doing? I'm taking a number, and that's how many cards I'm going to put in the box with that possibility on it. Then I'm going to shake the box up so they all get randomized, and then I'm going to take what's called a random draw. I'm going to put my hand in through that hole in the box, pick one, pull it out. Now I've just taken a random draw from the probability distribution of the possibilities. Okay, so that's what I mean by that. Because when I just say it and you don't have the graphic, it's like, what is that? You know, that's like math speak, and it's hard to understand. But it's really a simple idea. You have 7 possibilities, each one with a given probability, relative probability. Throw them all in the box. Shake them up. A random draw picks one. So now my random draw here is more likely to pick C, right? Because there's more C cards in there than anything else. So on my highest probabilities, I'm going to get a C. My probability of getting an F isn't too high. There's only 10 out of 300 cards in there that have an F on them. So that's unlikely. And if I had lower probabilities, I could have one out here that was just a 1. And there'd only be one card out of 301. That's what the random draw means. So you see, a random draw doesn't mean it's just random of all the possibilities. It means it's a random draw from the probability distribution. So the things that are more probable are more likely to be drawn. The things that are less probable are less likely to be drawn. So when I go down to the bottom of the ocean and there's 7 different things that I might see if I looked at a particular spot in it, then here's the 7 things I might see. And I'm gonna hold the questions. Let me hold the questions to the well, never mind. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you said you wanted the 280.
Yeah, it's 280, it's not 300 Tom.
Not 300?
A to G is actually 280.
Really? Okay. 100, that's 200. I was probably adding a number over here on my scale, wasn't I?
You can make the 50.
Yeah, okay, you're right. 280. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning.
Yeah, yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, all right, not 300. Yeah, I must have added one of these numbers over here when I did it. 280, right? Everybody agrees with that? All right, and this then becomes a 280 and a 280. All right. Same idea, different numbers. Okay. And you say I could have easily called this 1,000, and then this would have been 500. You know, it doesn't matter. It's the relative probability of the number. So it doesn't matter what you call them. It all ends up as you take whatever it is in this pile, like in this C, and you divide it by the total, and that's how you get a probability. Okay. So when you go down to the bottom of the ocean, there's 7 things you might see there. Then what happens is you do a random draw, and that's what you see. Could be any one of the 7, but it's most likely to be 10. Next most likely to be an A or a G. And A and G together are just as likely as the C. You see? So you can see, you know, that's the way it works out. So that's what I mean by a random draw. Okay. Now we're going to use this to understand virtual reality, and I'm going to tie it in then to quantum mechanics. If a person, let's say a person is going to see something for the first time, and instead of down at the bottom of the ocean, let's make it something that's a little more common. We're going to have that person walk into a woods and see something in this woods, but nobody's been in this woods before. Okay, this is some woods that I don't know where a woods might be today that nobody's seen, but you can imagine many, many years ago. You know, we go back a million years. There's probably lots of woods that nobody had ever seen. But so we just imagine this as a hypothetical case. There's this woods that nobody's seen before, and this person's going to walk into the woods, and he's going to make a measurement. Well, what is he going to see? It depends on the climate and where he is, right? And longitude and latitude might be there. It could be at a high elevation, and then you have maybe birch trees. It could be at a low elevation in a hot place, and then you have palm trees. You see, there's different sorts of things that you might see. So the system takes all that into consideration and says, given the circumstances, there are this set of things that this person might see. Yeah, random draws taken out of that distribution, and that's what they see. So you see, that woods is just computed in a data stream. That's how the computer knows what to do when it's not something that's ever been seen before or something new. Okay, so he does that. That means if somebody else walks back in those same woods, they'll see a similar thing that he sees. because now that's been specified, and that woods is now in the reality. That little piece of that woods is in the reality like that. So now let's say that, just for an example, that the guy leaves, comes back 10 years later, and walks into the same woods. Will he see the same thing? No. Because it's 10 years later. Things change in the woods. Trees rot and fall over, new things grow, old things go away. Different things are in that woods. So when he comes back 10 years, it has to start from where it was last time, because that's now a fact here. And so now what could have changed in 10 years? What's likely to change? So let's say that there was an old tree in that woods when he went in there first. When he comes back 10 years later, that tree is no longer standing there, but there's a tree similar to it that's lying down on the ground. Okay. So that brings us back to that cute little saying, if a tree falls in the woods and there's nobody there to hear it, does it make a sound, right? Well, the answer to that is there is no tree. There's no woods. You see, it's all, has actually even no person, body. It's all virtual reality. It's a virtual person, right? An avatar walking into a virtual woods with virtual trees. It's all computed in a computer. So what does a computer do? It looks at all the possibilities that would likely be there 10 years from now, takes a random draw from that, and that's what he sees when he comes back 10 years from now. So perhaps that would be with this tree having fallen over and is now on its side. So you see, the tree never fell over. There's no sound to make because there really was never a tree. The tree at first was in this state. The second time, the tree was in the lying down state. Didn't have to fall to go from one to the other because it really wasn't a tree. The idea of a tree existing and falling is a materialist conception, not a virtual reality conception. All right, now let's look about, we're talking about information, see. Information is what this probability distribution is about. Information is the measurement the person takes when he looks in the woods. He's getting information. And information can change with time based on the rule set. So now, what about, can we erase information? We'll go back to our example, and he walks into the woods. He sees something. He sees that tree standing there. It's old, and who knows? He maybe does something to it. Maybe he carves his initials in it or something. He does something to it. So then he walks out, and on the way out, he runs into a bear, and the bear eats him. Camera and everything. All the information's gone. Okay, or maybe he's beamed up by aliens on a flying saucer, or maybe he drops into the ocean and whatever, but the information's erased. He was the only person that had ever been there. Now, what about somebody else comes later, he's gone, his information's gone, and they walk into that woods, what are they gonna see? Are they gonna see that tree with his name carved in it? You see, now the system, it's a new ball game. There's no information here that determines what this reality is. That fact is not a fact anymore because there's no information to make it a fact. Facts can't be facts if there's nothing to verify that they're facts. If there's no information about them, then they don't really exist. So now that new person, that second person walks in, and he's right in the same boat that the first person was in. The second person walks in, and the system says, well, what are the possibilities here? It does the same thing. It takes a random draw from the possibilities, but that random draw may not be the same thing. You see, it may, instead of drawing B, might draw E. So now you get a different thing. So you see how reality is very mutable. It's in the eyes of the beholder. It's a virtual reality. It depends on information. If you have information here, then you have to, it stays here. You have to abide by it. But when the information's gone, then the system doesn't have to abide by it. The system might say now, it's a new possibility is that somebody's been here before and carved their initials in the tree. Well, that's possible, because now people were around there, and that may be one of the possibilities. But that's not the only possibility. Okay, we probably have time to take questions. Go ahead. Green light showing.
Just one comment. I mean, you mentioned No Man's Sky yesterday,
Mhm.
and that's a game that we've played. And you mentioned that it also uses a different kind of processing, whereby, you know, out of the millions of stars that you have visited and even named,
Yeah.
they can totally vanish from the data itself. So
That's right.
There was something different about that you mentioned, you know.
Yeah, well, he's talking about No Man's Sky. It's a virtual reality that's just been out about a year, although it was advertised very heavily for a year or two before it actually came out. And it works in a similar way as I'm describing. In No Man's Sky, there's I don't know how many quintillion worlds, and each one of these worlds is generated on the fly. In other words, when somebody looks, the data of what they see is generated, put in their data stream, and that's what they interpret is that data. When they look away, that's not saved in a computer someplace. It just disappears, but if they look back again, the computer remembers where that was, and they recompute it again. So they recompute everything every time somebody looks. It's called procedural programming. And what it is it's an object-oriented programming that has objects with a lot of random variations on these objects. So you can have a critter, and depending on the random numbers, the critter could have 4 legs, 3 legs, 6 legs, 12 legs. It could have a big head, a small head, tail, body. All these things that would make up the critter are all just drawn out of random numbers on a very basic object. You see, basic form with basic properties. The properties, the actual properties that you see are just random numbers. So the computer remembers a handful of random numbers, and that's all it needs to reconstruct the whole scene. See, it doesn't need any of the rest of it. So with just a little bit of effort, it can reproduce that scene very fast as you can look. So you look, you don't have to wait for it to come up, it's just there, it's very quick. So that's a very similar thing to the way our reality works. Okay, we get this data stream, and when we see something, there it is. When we're not looking at it and nobody's looking at it, the computer's not computing it. The computer's only computing what the players require from their measurements, from their sense data. That's all that they get. Okay, that's what that's about. All right, so we can see that data can be erased. It just changes the probabilities again. Yeah, the fact that somebody may have been there earlier and carved their names in a tree becomes another possibility now because people are in the neighborhood, let's say, but it's just one of the possibilities. It doesn't have to come up that way. The system's not obligated to put a tree there with this guy's initials in it because there's no data that would conflict with that if it wasn't there. You see? But now if he had taken a picture of that tree with these initials in it and posted it, outside the woods or something, and says, here's a picture taken from this spot, now there's a fact in this reality that has to be met. There'd be an inconsistency. Here's the picture, and here's the woods, and they're different. How could that be? That's an inconsistency. So the system doesn't want inconsistencies in our reality, but if there's no inconsistency, then it can do other things. Okay. Now, that takes us to the double slit experiment. You see, works the same way, and we talked about that yesterday. One person that wasn't here yesterday, do you know what the double slit experiment is? No. All right, I have to explain that. The double slit experiment was a physics experiment done in the 1920s to try to resolve a contradiction in that light was a wave and light was a particle. We had 2 different views. We knew light was a wave for a couple hundred years, and then Albert Einstein, in studying the photoelectric effect, discovered that light actually came in discrete chunks of momenta, which is a thing we call a particle. So those 2 things are kind of incompatible with each other. So we wanted to know, well, which one of those is true, and how is it that it acts like a wave sometimes and like a particle sometimes? So they made an experiment that had two, well, I'll draw it. I can always erase it. Here's a boundary, and it's got two holes in it. So this is a big boundary that light can't get through, but it can go through these two holes. So you take a source a long way off, so it has this it has a wave front like this. And this wave hits, and it makes a little wave source here, and a little wave source goes through there. So from this side of the barrier, it looks like you have two little points of light. Well, those two little points of light start, a wave is a thing that wiggles up and down like that, right? That's a wave, okay? These are both start at exactly the same, this is called the phase, different phases. So this is a phase that's up, here's the phase where it's down. This is positive and that's negative, and there's a line right through the middle that's zero. Okay. So they're in phase, which means they're both together. And when you shine a light through this, you have two sources now. And if you put a screen back here, I'm running out of juice here. Put a screen back here. If the distance between here, let's say we'll go straight across there. The distance here, let's hope this one works. The distance here and the distance here are both the same. Therefore, if they were in phase to begin with, they'll be in phase when they get here. So that means that the two waves, here's one of the waves, here's another one of the waves, and they're perfectly in phase. They both peak together, they both dip together. So you'll get a little point of light here because the two peaks add, the two dips add to in a negative direction, and they add, so you get that. Now if you move it up here, this distance is shorter than that distance. So now these waves are not the same anymore. And if you make this distance such that these waves are out of phase, which means this wave dips, goes up, that's out of phase. So now this one dips where the other one peaks. They cancel because the positive part and the negative part just gives you zero. So you don't get any light here. That's a dark spot. But then you go up here even further, and you have a spot where that difference in phase will shift again to where they're just one wavelength apart. And now you get a spot of light up here. So what you end up with is, this is my dark spot. What you end up with here is spots of light here, 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 like this, with dark spots between them. That's called a diffraction pattern. Sometimes it is called the wave pattern. And the waves do that. And we knew that waves would do that for many, many years. Now we thought, well, this is a different game. We have lights as particles. How's that going to work? So the physicists, being clever people that they are, they devised a way to send one photon at a time at these slits. So now we have a little particle here. It's a photon. It's a little particle of light. And they're going to send it toward these slits. And they do that in such a way that it's going to go through one slit or the other. I know it's a little confusing. How do they do that? Do they aim it real good? But don't think about that. That's not important. The cleverness of it is they illuminate the whole thing, and there's a certain number of photons per unit time, and there's a probability that it'll go through a slit and the other, and all that's a little more complicated. But just think of it as they fire a photon that will go through one slit or the other, but they don't know which, okay? Because the generation process of photons is kind of random. It's whenever an electron moves to a different energy level in an atom and it sends out a photon. So that just kind of happens whenever it happens, wherever it happens. So there's a lot of randomness back here is why they really don't know where this thing's going to be. When they did that, what they expected was what any particle should do. They expected that instead of getting this diffraction pattern, when you send particles at holes, you get a pile up of particles behind this hole, So there should be a big pile of particles there and a big pile of particles that hole, right? And that's all you should get. You shouldn't get any of this rest of this stuff. You should just get a bunch of particles here and here, separated by this distance that these holes are separated. A particle travels in a straight line unless affected by an exterior force, right? Newton's second law. Okay, but that's not what happened. What happened is that they got that same diffraction pattern. For some very mysterious reason, the particles would go through one slit or the other and then distribute themselves in a diffraction pattern when there were no other forces on them. That was the big mystery. Why would they do that? It's like the electrons had something was telling them where to go. Not only did they distribute themselves, but they distributed themselves in exact same way that the light did when it was a wave. In other words, more of them would end up here, and then fewer would be in these, then fewer more would be these. Each time you get lesser amounts going that way, and that's what happened. Most of them were here, and then lesser amounts were there, and lesser amounts were there and there with dark spaces in between. And these were just single particles. That was a big mystery. The next thing to happen that made the mystery deeper is that in order to figure out what was going on, they would put detectors, there's a D for detector, at each slit to detect what slit it went through. Okay, let's see if we can see this particle going through a slit. And when they did that, they were able to detect, said, here's one, just went through this slit. And what would happen? It would land right here, right behind the slit, like they expected the first time. And if they detected one going through here, it would land right behind this slit, like they expected. So it acted like a particle when they looked at which slit it went through. Now, the first thought was somehow this detection process was affecting the particle. The energy that touched the particle to detect it somehow made it work differently. They found out that wasn't the case, because they could leave the detectors detecting but not collect the data. The data being the which way data, which is which hole did it go through, which way did the particle go, through this way or that way. So they could continue the detection but not collect any of the data. So if you think of it, the detectors were working, but the detectors were just not plugged into anything that was recording them, and they got the diffraction pattern again. So that told them that it really wasn't the detectors that were making the difference. It turns out the only thing different was the information. If you know what slit it goes through, then they'll pile up in piles behind the slits. If you don't, they'll rearrange themselves like a wave pattern. See? So the physicists didn't really know what to do with this. And they kept working with it, and they found something even more interesting. And that's that if you detected the information and you recorded it, so you had the data, but you didn't look at the result here, that data was kept away, you didn't look at the result. So you've recorded the data. If you looked at the result, they know you would see two piles of data behind each slit because they recorded the which way data. But before they looked at the data on the screen, they erased the data of which slit it went through. The which way data then got deleted, erased. And this could happen later. The experiment could have all been done. I have a screen here with data on it, but nobody's seen it. It's just data in a computer, say, that nobody's ever looked at. I have the data from the which way data, and that's also in a computer file that nobody's ever looked at. And I know if I look at the data before, that if I take this data and record it, I'll get two piles there. And sure enough, if that's true, if I look at this data and look at that, or if I look at that first and then look at this data, it doesn't matter which one you look at first, you're going to get two piles because I've got data here. But before anybody looks, I'm going to erase this data. I'm going to take this which way data and delete it. Now, when I go look at this, I get a diffraction pattern. That's called a delayed eraser experiment. Delayed because you do the erasing after you've exposed the film. This is a film. When a photon hits it, it leaves a little spot. because the light's interaction with the silver coating. So now see, the mystery just deepens. It's a delayed quantum eraser. So what this says is that reality is defined by information. That electrons are not little chunks of mass with a charge, because little chunks of mass don't just somehow distribute themselves in wave patterns because they feel like it. They don't say, oh, I need to go over here, but only 73% of the time. 20% of the time I'll go down here. The electrons don't make choices like that. So the idea was that particles are not particles. Materialism doesn't work. The conclusion was that we have to represent these particles as probability. Thus was defined the concept of a probability wave. Why call it a probability wave? Well, it was probability, and it ended up in some wave formation. So they talk about the wave function. If you get into quantum mechanics, you'll hear about the wave function. The wave function isn't anything that's moving or vibrating or oscillating. It's just a calculation in probability. That's what the wave function is. Nothing's really waving. It's just the math. Okay? So if you consider particles to be probability distributions, now you can compute the right answer. If you consider particles to be little chunks of mass, you can't get the right answer. The idea then is that this reality is not based on massy particles. The experiment was done again on heavier particles like electrons, and then hydrogen atoms, and then big molecules, and eventually got to buckyballs, which were 60 carbon atoms in an array, like a soccer ball. And lastly, I think just in the last year or two, they're like in 200 and 300 atoms in a structure. Big molecules do the same thing. They distribute themselves in a diffraction pattern if you don't have the which-way data. And if after this experiment's been done, a year after it's done, 10 years after it's done, if you then delete the which-way data and you haven't looked at either one, you'll find a diffraction pattern. If you don't delete the which-way data, you'll find two piles behind each slit. It looks like there's some retro-causality there. You're doing something a year later and it changes what you did the year earlier. There's no retro-causality at all. That's just an illusion because you believe in material causality. If you believe in a material causality, then you say, oh, there's a retro problem. We're going backwards in time and changing things. You're not going backwards in time. See, nobody had ever looked at that. It didn't exist yet. The measurement had never been made to look at that. So that result, even though it's a year old, was still probability, still potential, because this is a virtual reality, and until that measurement is in somebody's data stream so that it can be part of this physical universe, then it doesn't really exist. See, just like the tree in the woods, once the guy got eaten by the bear, the data didn't exist anymore, so we go back to a different set of probabilities. This result, even though it was a year old, was still pending. It was still pending. It was still just probability distributions. But it was a probability distribution that didn't have a lot of possibilities. It just had two. One possibility is that if there's which-way data, then you get two piles behind the slits. If there's no which-way data, you'll get a diffraction pattern. It's just a binary distribution to an A and a B, that's all. But it hasn't yet been decided whether or not there's going to be any which-way data because that measurement's never been made. That which-way data is still just probable. Since it's never been in anybody's data stream, nobody's ever taken the measurement to bring it here, it could be anything, you see? So that's the problem. We're looking at reality as material, and this doesn't make sense. That's why quantum scientists calls this weird science. It's weird only because if you look at it as a material system, then it's really weird. If you see it as a virtual reality, it's not weird at all. It's the way it ought to work. It's the way it has to work. You don't get something here in this physical world, this virtual world, until somebody wants the data, just like in No Man's Sky. You have to look at the data, then that gets computed. Once it's computed and there's a record here, then it'll compute that again. Once the record disappears, the probability distribution disappears. It changes because now the situations change, the probabilities change. So that's how quantum mechanics works. And it is a logical science, but the logic is the logic of a virtual reality, not the logic of a material reality. Another neat thing about this is the quantum scientists would tell you that there's kind of two different physics in two different worlds. In the micro world of tiny little things, then probability rules and things act strangely. And you can't use physical ideas or material ideas. But in the larger macro world, you know, it's still solid stuff. So it's like you have these two worlds and two different kinds of physics. You use quantum mechanics for these little tiny things, and you use regular physics for the big things. Well, of course that doesn't make any sense. There shouldn't be two rules based on size. Little things and big things having different physics, different rule sets is a bad idea. That's not good science. There's just one idea that covers them all. So see, we talked about the same idea with the man looking in the woods, right? And it was a probability distribution, and that's what he sees. The data goes away. The next probability distribution can be different. So there is just one physics for everything, big and small. Not just little physics and big physics, but physics. And once you understand virtual reality, then you have just one physics everywhere, and all of it works that way. The difference between them is the amount of uncertainty. See, uncertainty is the key here. In the micro world, there's lots of uncertainty as to where those particles are because they're real tiny and you can't see them. You calculate that they're there, but you don't really see them. So exactly where they are, at the top slit or the bottom slit, nobody knows. It's uncertain. Therefore, the probability is equal. You get equal probability to being in the top slit or the bottom slit because you have no idea where they are. You set up the experiment so that it'll go through one or the other at a certain rate. But you don't know which. So now that produces a probability with two possibilities, top slit, bottom slit. Now in the macro world, the uncertainty of where things are is real tiny. Depends on how quickly or how precisely you want to measure them. So the macro world doesn't have these huge uncertainties about location. We kind of know where things are located. And once we see it and we take it in we've done the measurement, then we know where all the stuff is and we close our eyes and look again, it's going to be in the same place because that's the way it was before. So that's why it seems like there's two different things going on here, but it's just a matter of the uncertainty. So in the reality where the uncertainty is small, then your classical physics or your classical relativity, I guess that doesn't make sense. Your standard physics works fine because there's not much uncertainty. But now if you go down to the tiny little level of measurements, let's say we're going to measure a brick. We've got a brick here. We're going to know how long is that brick. Well, if we just kind of look at the brick and put our ruler against it, we can say, oh, it's 10 centimeters long, little brick. But what is it really? Let's talk about getting more accurate than that. Let's look at the edge of this brick, those two edges, and see exactly how long this thing is. Well, we look at the edge and it's bumpy. The brick's not smooth. It's got peaks and valleys and holes and chips and all kinds of things. And well, where do you measure from? From the valley or from the peak? Is it peak to peak on the ends, or you take an average? How do you do that? You see, once you get down to small things, there's more uncertainty. Now you don't know how long a brick is at the 10th decimal place. You don't know. There's uncertainty there. And at that level, you have the same problem. There's possibilities. Random draws produce the result, you see. So wherever there's uncertainty, this is the process by which one discovers what's there. You take a measurement. This is how you find out what the measurement is. As long as these uncertainties are small, when uncertainties are small, that means the probability, you don't have a lot of possibilities here. You know, if I'm only going to measure this to the nearest centimeter, well, there's only one possibility, and that's what the meter stick says. The fact that if I measure it 10 times, I'll get that answer to the nearest centimeter every time. See, almost no uncertainty involved in it. If I'm measuring it down to the molecule on each side, now I've got a problem because those molecules are vibrating and moving, and I can't even define where the brick stops and starts because the molecules in it are all in motion, you see. It doesn't have a clear starting and stopping point. Now there's uncertainty. Now if I measure it 10 times, I'm liable to get 10 different answers. That's what physicists do when they measure things like that. They'll measure it 10 times, they'll get different answers all 10 times, they'll average it, and that's what they'll say the answer is, because that's what they get on the average. So what have we done? We've moved from the physical material world to a probabilistic and statistical world, because the uncertainty is greater. So the real world is probability and statistics, not material. It's just we don't notice it in the macro world because the uncertainties are so small. So you see, switching to a virtual reality isn't going to throw the old physics out. It just says the old physics works in this area. Once you get to more uncertainty, then you need kind of a different version of that, because now with that uncertainty you have to take probability and statistics into account. It's no longer a material viewpoint, doesn't work. See? So then that's classical mechanics and quantum mechanics. It's all one science. It's not weird science. It's logical. You just have to see that it's all a virtual reality. Okay. Let's see. In the jungle. All right. Now that concept of uncertainty brings us to a concept of psi uncertainty. Okay, psi being psi as in paranormal. Okay? Things paranormal come with a certain amount of uncertainty. And part of that uncertainty is just like the measurement uncertainty. When you try to measure things, if the variables aren't constant, if the variables are constantly changing, then so is the result constantly changing. That's the problem in measuring the brick down at the molecular level. It's constantly changing. You see, when we do a psi experiment, there's lots of variables that you can't hold steady. It has to do with the focus. It has to do with how quiet your mind is. It has to do with processing from the being level rather than the intellectual level. It has a lot of things to do that are hard to hold precisely still. So you're going to get different answers at different times. Also, you're dealing in data that's hard to interpret. Hard to interpret what the data means because you're working in a realm that is not part of your natural database. Your normal database as a being here in this virtual reality has to do with this virtual reality stuff, what we call physical stuff. Right? Those are our concepts, or in terms of those. Our concepts are in terms of a physical world in terms of sense data. When you dream in terms of sense data. In your dream, you have sight, you have feeling, there's depth, there's space, there's all these things, but none of that really exists. But it's there anyway because that's how you have to interpret data. That's your database. And the way you get data, the way you interpret it is really through pattern matching. You get a bunch of data, you match it to the pattern that's in your own database, which means your own experience. So you look at your experience and say, what does this pattern mean? Well, all of your experience data is data that we call physical. So you have to interpret whatever you get in terms of physical experience. Well, when you're doing things that are non-physical and having to interpret them in terms of physical experience, the interpretation can get a little ratty. It's not going to be consistent. A lot of times there is no good match. So you come up with the closest match possible, and that may not be very close at all. So we make up metaphors about it. So we have a lot of uncertainty in paranormal events. That uncertainty affects what we can modify or do or change with our intent. I'm skipping some steps here. You were kind of new and really probably getting lost when I say things like that, but we have intent, and that intent can modify future probability. Okay? So future probability is, I go down in the ocean, and what am I going to see in the future when I turn on my lights? That's future probability, kind of what we're talking about here. I'm going to walk into a woods in the future, and when I get there, I'm going to open my eyes and take pictures, and what am I going to see? So all of these possibilities are really future possibilities that we're looking at. Okay? Well, this system, because it works with this mechanism, statistical mechanism, it has a database called the future probable reality. Because whatever people are doing and seeing and whatever, there needs to be some probability of what's going to be there. So the system keeps this database of everything that could possibly be there, could possibly happen, and the probability that it will. So if I've been away from my house for 6 weeks, like I'll be by the time I get done with this trip, I'll walk in my house and I'll open up my refrigerator door, and what I see in there has a lot of uncertainty, because I really don't remember what was in there. See, that data's basically been erased. I didn't take a camera and take pictures of what was in there. I don't know. So when I open it up, what I see is not necessarily what was there when I left, because the probabilities can change a little bit. Now, it can't be too incompatible with what I left. It needs to be enough that I don't say, wow, that's impossible. I didn't leave a turkey sitting in my refrigerator, You can't be something like that, but whether or not there's 5 cans of seltzer water or 6 cans, I have no idea. So when I open up, there's a probability distribution. Here's a probability for 3 cans. Here's the probability for 4, for 5, for 6, and for 7. Anything less than 3, I'd probably remember, no, I remember I had some more than that. Anything more than 7, I'd say, well, I didn't have that many. But anything in between there, I'd say, sure, that's what's in there, right? So when I open up that door, random draws taken from the possibilities, probability of the possibilities, and that's what's in my refrigerator. See, this works on a daily basis. Our whole life is based on these random draws from the possibilities. It's not just outer space, the deep oceans and woods that nobody's been in. Everything in our life works the same way. The same way the double slit experiment works. It's one science, one physics for everything. So they all work based on the same principles. Now, let's say that I really looking forward to my seltzer water when I get home, and I want to drink a bunch of it, and I'm not sure that I have more than 2 or 3 cans in there. I know I have some, but I don't know how much. But I figure I'm going to be really thirsty when I get home. I haven't had anything to drink for 6 weeks, you see, and I'm going to be really, really thirsty, so I want some seltzer water there. So I start with my intent, saying, I want it to be more. I want it to be more. I want to have, 10 cans in there. I want to have as many as possible, and I start working with my intent Now what I'm going to do is modify these probabilities. The probability now for 6 instead of 5 goes up a little. So all the probability shifts slightly up to the high side, you see. Now when I open the door, I have a higher probability of getting a 6 or a 7 instead of a 4 or a 5. And if I had used my intent to say, well, there's something in there that, that I don't want. Well, I certainly hope there's no such and such in there because it's a long time and it'll probably spoil, so I'll lower the probability of that. That's intent modifying future probability. A lot of psi works on that principle. That's how one heals with their mind. They put intent into a person being healthier rather than less healthy. That's how a voodoo practitioner does just the opposite. Puts intent into being unhealthy more than healthy. Intent modifies future probability. So you see, this future probability distribution isn't just something I made up because I needed it. It's a logical necessity for the system. This is how the system works. This explains physics. These random draws from probability distributions. Suddenly, quantum mechanics becomes a simple science, a logical science, not a weird science. Okay? But if you're going to have these probability distributions, you have to have calculated the probability, which means you need to have a future probability distribution so that as you get closer and closer to the choices being made now, you've already got a calculation of all the possibilities and the probability of each, because then it's very quick to grab those possibilities that apply to the situation and take a random draw from them. You don't want to have to go out and start figuring out what the possibilities and probabilities are when that happens. So that's why you keep this. Now, if you have a future probability distribution, you need it in order to run the virtual reality. What happens once time moves on? Well, this was the future, but now we're in the present. We make all the choices we make. That moves then to the past, right? What used to be the future, a couple of delta t's ahead, now more delta t's ahead than that, it becomes the past. Well, it's the same thing. It's everything that could have possibly happened and the probability that it would have happened. You see, you've got that whole thing. Now that's your past that's your past database. Everything that could have happened, which was a reflection of everything that might happen in the future, it's everything that could have happened in the past and the probability that it would have happened. So that's your past database. What actually did happen is just a little thread running through that past database. That is actually what did happen. Okay? Do you follow that? So we have a past database of the unactualized past, the things that could have happened but didn't. And we have a little thread through that database of the things that actually did happen. So there's lots and lots of things that could have happened but didn't. But there's only one thing here that happened. See, it's just a particular thread through the possibilities that actually got actualized by our choices. So now this past database exists because the future probable database needed to exist, because that's how the reality works. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the about the databases. Yesterday we talked a little bit about the future probable database. One can query that database and can get a sense of the probabilities of what might happen, but it's not a done deal. This is not deterministic. This is probability. It's only probable to happen, and those probabilities change all the time. Every time we make a choice here in the present, the probabilities change. Okay? We could come, we could drive over here, and if we made a bad choice and got stuck in traffic because we went the wrong way, then I may just be walking in the door now. See, it changes things. So the probability that you'd come in here and this would start on time just changed. You see, so things that happen, we make choices. You decide when you're 18 or 22 that you're going to marry Susie instead of Sally, that changes things. Had you married Sally, your life would have been different. Better or worse, maybe, who knows, but different. All your choices modify the probabilities. So those probabilities are constantly changing as we make our choices and as we focus our intents. Intent changes future probability. All right, you can access that database just with your intent. Your intent can make the query. That's why you can look at that database and you can specify your output and you can say, oh, well, I'm looking at Susie Q and let's let this axis be health and this axis be time. So now I have a two-dimensional graph with health versus time. I have an intention that this data represents Susie Q's health. I'd like to see Susie Q's health, this being perfect health or really good health, this being dead, no health at all. And I want to see this line and how it moves, say, in 1 month increments over the next 5 years. That's a query, a very specific query. And there's your graph. You'll see your graph, you'll see your line. You'll see that you get a data point every month. If you'd like to see it every hour, over 3 days, you can do that too. It's just a query. Okay, so now we have these databases that in the culture here are called the Akashic Records. You see, it's just information that you can query and you can get to. But you see in this model, it's not that I make databases up because it suits me, it's because the logic demands that the database be there, because the logic that says, how does this reality work? How's it constructed? How does reality made? What's in the data stream? What's going to be in my data stream? Well, that's how it's chosen. That forces a probable future, which gives us a probable past. And now we can do things like look at our past lives, right? Because we've got all the things that could have happened and the probability they could have, plus what actually did happen. So we can query that database too. So we can go into that database and say, well, I'd like to see, I'd like to go back to when I was 3 years old and see what was going on, or whatever. It's just data in a database. Same database, same query. It's really just one big database, but it's got you've got the future part and the past part, and it all just moves through the present from one to the other. So you see how all this is tying together. Now these Akashic records exist because this is a virtual reality, and the virtual reality, in order to work, in order to know what to put in the data stream in the virtual reality, requires the database. So that's not only the fact that there isn't Akashic records, but it answers the question of why is there Akashic records? Why would that be necessary? Who put those records there and for what purpose, you see? It answers all those questions too, so it gives you a bigger picture than just the fact that they're there. All right, now if you go to a past database, you go back to a past life, and this was one that took me a while to figure out. What you're getting is data from a database. That past life isn't seeing free will beings interacting with free will. Okay? It's a database. But it's a marvelous database because it has all the possibilities in it. Everything that could have happened. If your intent isn't precise, you'll collect data from things that could have happened but didn't, because it's all part of the database. If your intent is precise to only collect data that did happen, that's on our history thread running through this database, then you'll be getting data on what actually did happen. If you don't know that you have to have that specification in your query, you'll just get random data. See? You won't get the data that did happen. You'll get something that could have happened but didn't actually happen. Now you can go into that database and you can do what-if analysis. So now you're in the past, okay, the past database. You go into that database and have an intent to be at a particular time, and you'll say on our history thread, if you make that part of your query. Now you can do a what-if analysis. You can say, all right, what if I did that differently? What if I did marry Sally instead of Sue? Was it Sue? Maybe. If I did marry Sally instead of Sue, what would be different? And you can start with a picture of where you were, branch that off to the choice where you married Sally instead of Sue, and then follow the probability out. Now, this doesn't mean that this is exactly what would have happened. It's just the probability of what could have happened. So now you specify, I'd like to see what's most probable down that path. In other words, now you're connecting all the possibilities that were the high probabilities, the most probable. You're looking at C here. You're only looking at this event, not the things that are less likely. So now you can follow that through, and it'll be like watching a movie. You can start with your wedding with Sally and what that went, and how you did, the kids you had, the job you got, where you moved, you know, how you got along with your in-laws, and all of that can just unravel. It's there. Or you could say, I'd like to look at the third most likely set of possibilities. So instead of getting C, you'd pick the third most likely, which is maybe, you know, what, in the G. And now you'd look at that set of possibilities and they'd be a little different. All the data's there. Your query has to be precise. Exactly what you're looking at, that you want it to be on a history thread, and that you want it to be most probable or not most probable. And you can interact with it. You can put yourself in that role. You can play yourself if you want, or any other character. So let's say you play yourself and you made a critical decision. You do a what if. What if I'd done this differently? What if I interact in a different way? And this is how I discovered that it was a database. I was going to these databases and collecting information, and I thought that these things actually existed as other realities in another dimension. They were still going on, like the past is still there, working itself out. These were all fully populated by people with free will because it looked that way. Because you're in the movie and they're interacting, and everything looks like decisions with free will being made, but going there over and over and over in exactly the same place with exactly the same beings, with exactly the same setup. So we start at the same place, and then I was an actor in it. I could be a part of it. So I'd say and do something different. See? And if I do something different enough, I would expect a different reaction. They would make a different free will choice in reaction to what I'm doing is different. They didn't. Once I made my query, the same scenario would run out no matter how I interacted with it. So after I did this, 100 times or so, I got it that this was data. So that past database isn't populated with beings of free will. It's populated just with information. But it's all the information. So if you go back and visit Uncle Harry, it's all of Uncle Harry. It's not only what he looked like and how he talked, it's every thought he had, every emotion he felt, every experience he had. It's all of Uncle Harry. It's every bit of Uncle Harry that Uncle Harry was, in every detail, right down to the eye twitch or the tweed suit or whatever else. That's the data. And you can ask Uncle Harry questions. He'll tell you answers. He'll tell you that some gold was hidden under the floorboards of the old house, or something, and you can go dig that up, and there it'll be. So you can talk. It's information. You're just querying the database in a natural way. All the data's there. Okay. You can even ask Uncle Harry about current events. Well, we got this political thing going on now. Uncle Harry, what do you think about that? And Uncle Harry will tell you what he thinks about that. Well, now how does that come out of the database? It's just what Uncle Harry would probably say given that question. See? It's just probability. That's what you get. So it's an Uncle Harry-like response. And the system can do that very easily. So it is Uncle Harry in every aspect. except it's data. It's not a free will individual making choices. It's just getting information. So that's understanding this database and how you have to make your queries, and understanding that if you don't understand the database, your queries are going to be fuzzy, and if your queries are fuzzy, you're going to get fuzzy results. You won't get the same results, and now you'll be confused. If you're very, very consistent and you always make the same query, then you'll always get the same results because it's a database. Okay, so that's how that works. Now, if you, okay, we're getting near to a break. Let's see if that's true. Not true. Yes, it is. It's 2 minutes past the break, but I'm going to wind this thought up, and that is when a medium puts you in touch with Uncle Harry, or you serve as your own medium and you go meditate and you get in touch with Uncle Harry, and you have a conversation. People say, is that the real Uncle Harry, or is that just data in the database? My reply to them is, what's the difference? You see, there really isn't any difference. Yeah, that's the real Uncle Harry in the sense that it's everything that Uncle Harry ever was. It's all of his attitudes, everything, including the things that he will probably say in this conversation, are all deeply Uncle Harry. So yeah, that's Uncle Harry. But it's data in a database. Uncle Harry's moved on. He's doing something else now. That free will awareness unit is gone. Uncle Harry went, that free will awareness unit got absorbed back into the individuated unit of consciousness. Other free will awareness units have been spawned to be other characters in a future time, or in any time. Depends on how long Uncle Harry's been dead. So when you talk to the dead, for the most part, you're talking with a database. And don't think of it as that's just a database. Who are you now? Who are we now in this avatar? We're a database with free will. That's the only difference. We have free will, but we're just data. We're information. We're the sum of all the choices we've ever made. And that's the next choice I make is going to be based in extrapolation of all the choices I made before. It's just data in a database, just like Uncle Harry. Just like the past database, except there's only one difference, and that's that I'm an active player in this virtual reality game, and I have free will choice in this game. So the game gives me a place to make choices. You see? So there really is no difference between Uncle Harry in the database and Uncle Harry when he was alive, other than Uncle Harry in the database is no longer making free will choices, because that's not what happens in a database. A database is just a database. Now I know that'll twist a lot of people's things that they thought they understood around a little bit, but that's the way my model runs anyway. Do with it as you will. But it all holds together in the sense that the databases are required. Otherwise, the reality doesn't work. And when you have a database, you don't have characters with free will working in a database. It's just information, even though it's exceptionally complete and detailed information in all aspects. It's not like the databases we're thinking about. And you can get into that database and be a character in it. It's just the way the data comes. See, that's your defining your own output format for your data. If you say, all right, the output format for the data I want for my query is that I seem like I'm in it. I'm a part of it. I'm not just watching a movie. I'm a character in the movie. I can interact. Well, that's just another output format for this database. So you can be a character in the movie. You can watch the movie like, from above or whatever, but not be a part of it. Or you can just get the data stream in terms of pictures if you want. You get to pick your own output format for your data. Nifty database. So I wanted to touch on that because yesterday we didn't talk much about the past database. And I know that this is something that's a little different than what most of you are used to thinking about in terms of past lives and other sorts of things, and talking to dead people and ancestors and so on. But that's the way this model, anyway, takes a look at it.
Tom, may I ask a question?
Yeah, you can.
Very quick one.
Keith, is it all right?
It'll be a quick question, but it won't be a quick answer.
I'll try to give you a quick answer. Yeah. Go ahead. If you
I'll
got.
just pose the question and you can answer it later.
Yeah.
So, while you're saying that we can intend to, go back in the past and also in the future,
Mm-hmm.
can we also go to a reality which we just imagine right now? Like I say, a reality where there only colors exist, and I am a color, and I interact in a completely different reality. Can I conjure that?
Yes, you can. You have three sources of data. You have data from the larger conscious system directly. You have data from any individuated unit of consciousness, any other subset, and you have data that you create, your imagination. That's what we call data. Information is what defines reality. You can create information, through with your imagination. Information defines reality. So yes, in your imagination, you can go to a world which is all color, and you can be a color, and you can interact in that, and you have real experiences there, and you can make choices there. And those choices will help you evolve or de-evolve however you make them. If all you do is fly around and go, wow, this is nice, and then come back and say, that was fun, well, you wouldn't have made any choices that were significant. Now you're just playing. Well, there's not something to be said for just, relaxing or playing. There's nothing really wrong with that, but it's not going to help you grow any. But yes, data defines reality. That's what reality is. It's information. And it doesn't matter what source it comes from. You get, you get that information, you interpret that information, you interact with it, you process it, you make choices in it, and those choices help you evolve or de-evolve. So the imagination is really a very powerful tool, and we say, oh, it's just your imagination. We discount that. We throw that out because we believe in this material reality is real, and everything else is not real. Everything else is imaginary. But when we see that this physical reality is really just information, and then dreaming is information, and your imagination is information, there's no difference. Like, this information's real, but this isn't. Information's real. So yes, you can do that, and you can learn in those things. And people do that all the time. Let's say you're afraid to get up and speak in front of people. How do you deal with that? In your imagination. You get up, you deliver your speech, and you imagine there's an audience out there. And you do that, and you do that, and you give your speech, and after 100 times of running through this imaginary delivering your speech to 100 people, now you're ready, you've done it. You see? Now when you actually do have to get up and give it, it's a piece of cake because you've done it 100 times already. That's real experience. You see? You use your imagination to you can learn, make all kinds of choices there, and it's just as valid as any other data stream, and it shouldn't be discounted as not being real. That's why when people try to make a connection with somebody in the non-physical, and they hear, they say, okay, anybody out there, want to talk to me? And they hear a voice, yeah, I'm here. The first thing they say, did I just make that up? Instead, they should say, that's just information. Work with it. It's not, is it real or not? All information is real. That's the definition of reality. It's, is it useful or not? If it's useful, use it, no matter where it comes from. If it's not useful, discard it, no matter where it comes from. And if you're going to do that, then obviously where it comes from is irrelevant. See? Always so much to talk about and so little time to do it in. So I got to pick and choose what we talk about. Well, I'm going to give just a little bit more attention to the science. since this is science and spirituality, and then I'll spend more time on the spirituality part of it because I think that's probably more what the focus is of my audience. But I want to say just a little more about it because the science gives you a good perspective. You see, we could talk about the spirituality, but it's neat to know that the reason you have Akashic records is because it's a requirement of the fundamental logic of the reality. It's not just because somebody noticed it was there and shared that. It's a fundamental part of the way reality works. And all of my models that way. Basically, my model is a logical derivation, and none of it is there just because that answers questions I have or whatever. It all has to be part of the logical sequence, or it's not there. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the applications of this virtual reality to science, and then we'll get more into metaphysical things. So we've talked about how double slit and other experiments, there's a lot of other experiments, define our reality as being information-based. This is the reason physicists in the last half decade have been moving to that, because that's what the experiments are telling them. It's information-based. It turns out that science really has a basis in mysticism. If you look at the very root of science, you will find mystical assumptions. And that's because this isn't a material reality, and science is looking for material answers, and when they get to a thing they don't understand, they kind of slough over that and don't pay a whole lot of attention to it. So here's some of the basics. Science only measures the effect of things. It never measures the thing itself. So science comes up with an electron, but it's not that it saw an electron and measures an electron. They kind of say it that way, but it's because they saw some effects, and then they attribute those effects to a thing they make up in their mind called an electron. That's why they made up an electron being a chunk of mass with charge, because that was the best model they could come up with that was materialistic. So that's true of all of physics. None of the particles have ever been seen. All the particles are, all an electron is a model. It's a theory, if you will, or a model of what might have caused that effect. So science only measures effects. It doesn't measure things in themselves. The things in themselves are just things physicists make up to give a physical explanation to the effect. See? Well, we have a similar idea when we're talking about information. You get data, but you never get the source of the data. You only receive the information. You never receive the source of the information. There's nothing there to touch. You never touch the source of the information. That's why you can't tell your imagination from another individuated unit of consciousness from the larger conscious system, because all you ever can get is information, and then you get to interpret it. You can interpret it as your imagination or the larger consciousness or anything you want to interpret it as, but you never get a notion of the source. Physicists never get a notion of the thing, of the physical thing that they're measuring. So you look at the things that are most fundamental in physics: space, time, mass, charge, spin, gravity. These are things that are fundamental. Now, most of physics is explaining how these things relate to one another. What's the relationship between space and time? Well, now you'll be talking about velocity and acceleration and motion and other things. But it's the relationship of these things. How are they related? And they use mathematics to relate them, because math is is the logic of quantity. Quantity itself has a certain logic. You know, 1 and 1 are 2. That's logic. And that's all mathematics is. It's the logic of quantity. Okay, so this is how physicists describe these things. Space, time, mass, spin, charge. These things have no causes. No causes. Where does mass come from? Where does space come from? Where does charge come from? Well, even if they take charge and break it down into other things of smaller charges, then where do the smaller charges come from? See, the basic units of things have no source. They just are. They don't have any causality. There's nothing that causes mass.
But gravity, do we know how it comes scientifically?
If we're going to do questions, we'll need to get mics, but let me go through it first and hold the question until we get there. So these are things that are specified by our rule set. Okay? It's the rule set that specifies these things. That's why they don't have a cause. That's why they don't have something from which they are derived. They're fundamentals. Let's see. So when science is based on these fundamentals, they're really based on something that is beyond cause. When you start with things that just are, and the answer of, well, why are they? It's just because they are. That's called mysticism every place else. And it's part of science, we don't call that mysticism. You know, we don't really call that anything. We just say they are. It's because they are, and that's why they are. And but if you said that to a physicist about something else, they'd call you a mystic. You need proof. You need causality. But yet physics is based on things that don't have any causality, you see. So there's really a mystical root. You also see that same thing with the Big Bang. The Big Bang theory tells us how this physical universe came about. The ball of plasma, high temperature, high pressures, it expands, it cools, suns, planets, stars. Stars create, stars die and explode and seed the universe with other materials. You have this whole cosmology of the Big Bang. But what you don't have is, where did that ball of plasma come from? See, you don't have that. You start with that as an assumption. Starting with the assumption that we have this ball of plasma with certain conditions and temperatures and whatever, then we can evolve that to this universe, this physical universe. But we don't know where that ball of plasma comes from. What is its origins? See? So our whole universe now has evolved from this ball of plasma, but the ball of plasma is a mystery. It just popped out of nowhere. It certainly didn't come from this universe, because this universe wasn't created yet. It comes out of this ball of plasma. So it had to come from someplace else other than our universe. And where was that? You see? So if you look at the basic fundamentals of physics, the starting points, the assumptions, you'll find that these assumptions for the most part just pop out of thin air, which is mystical. Another thing to look at is the expanding universe. Once we realize the universe is expanding and growing, it gets bigger and bigger all the time, you have this question of, what's it expanding into? What's out there that it's now expanding into? And where does all the extra space come from? Is there a space-making machine that creates space as it expands? And we have these issues that are hard to answer. Of course, if you have a virtual reality, it's just numbers on an axis, right? You got X, Y, and Z axis. You have 3 orthogonal vectors, and after that, you just put numbers on them. The numbers can get as big as you like. That's how you make space. You make the numbers bigger. That creates space. It's simple. Okay. So these fundamental things are attributes of the rule set. That's where we start. That's why we start with a big digital bang. The digital bang is when the run button was hit and the simulation starts to evolve. Now you have the expanding gas, you have the suns, you have planets, you have all the rest of the cosmos that comes, it evolves in a simulation, digitally. See? It's a virtual reality. If you're the elf and you want to understand the origins of your world, you're the elf in World of Warcraft, and the elves get together and say, well, I'd like to see where this World of Warcraft came from. You know, it's got rocks and rivers and towns and houses and monsters and things, and we all interact here. Where did it start? What would they find? They could go back and trace back and trace back just to the point of it just was. It started computing, right? It just was. That's what the elf would find. That's the nature of virtual reality. Virtual realities just begin when the computation starts. So the fact that we have this mystical beginning in the Big Bang, well, that's just the way virtual realities are. Of course we would have that. So does the elf. So do all the other virtual realities. They just start when the thing starts to compute. We don't need a where does it come from. Virtual reality, we know where it comes from. It comes from the beginning of the computation. There's things in physics called tunneling. Tunneling is a concept where if you have a bunch of particles trapped in what's called a potential well, but the metaphor I'll give you is they're trapped like in a jar. They can't get out. You've got these particles trapped. Actually, you've got forces that make them so they can't get out. They don't have enough energy to escape. So think of these things, they're all on the bottom of a jar and they don't have enough energy to get up and get out of the top. They're trapped. And the physics will compute that it's impossible for them to get out because you need this much energy to get out and they've only got that much. So it's just flat out, they can't get out. It's impossible. Yet they do. It's called tunneling. That's the name physicists give it because somehow, though they can't get out of the top of the jar, they somehow have to tunnel through the jar and get out just the same. And this is such a well-known process that even some of our electronic components are made out of tunneling diodes that depend on this little dribble of escapees that aren't supposed to escape. Why do they escape? Because it's a virtual reality. There's a certain probability that they can be anywhere. Now, the probability that they're inside the jar is a real big probability. Probability they're outside the jar is real small, maybe 1 in a million. Okay, but the probability distribution goes from plus infinity to minus infinity, if you will. It's over all space. And there is some tiny little probability that they're outside the jar, just not very much. Well, if it's only 1 in a billion, that's a real tiny little blip there as a possibility, right, on our chart. Our chart over here, one in a billion would be just a tiny little speck down here on our chart. But if you have billions and billions of particles and only an odds of 1 in a million that they get out, well, you're going to see particles just stream out because a billion is 1,000 millions. So if you have hundreds of billions of particles, which isn't hard to get because particles are pretty small, then the probability of some of them getting out, yeah, some of them are going to get that 1 millionth. There's only, there's a million pieces of paper in a box, and only one of them has escape written on it. But if you have billions and billions of draws out of that box, every once in a while, you're going to grab that one that says escape, and that particle will be outside someplace. Okay, so that's how that works. It works because that's the mechanism that I have on the board there that drives our reality, how we manifest it. Okay, so all these things are mysteries, paradoxes in physics, things that shouldn't happen but do anyway, things that are, but there's no cause for them. Another thing is action at a distance. Now, action at a distance is so common that we don't think anything at all of it, that you do something here and something happens over there. That's the rule set. The rule set says that if I have a plus charge here and I have a plus charge over there, those two will repulse each other. There'll be a force that pushes them away from each other. And if I have a plus charge here and a negative charge here, there'll be a force that will push them together or pull them together. That's what the rule set says. It's just a property of the rule set. But because we want things to be physical, we make up a model that makes it feel physical to us. So what do we make up? We make up an electric field. Oh, there's an electric field, and this particle produces an electric field, and that particle produces an electric field, and they're interacting in each other's fields. It's the field. The field is a force per unit charge. It's that field that carries the force from one to the other. So if I've got this positive charge here and that negative charge there, it's the electric field that makes that other particle come toward this one, if I hold this one still. Well, you see, what is a field? Fields don't exist. Fields are imaginary. They're mathematical constructs. How much does a field weigh? What does it smell like? Can you put it in a bottle? What is its weight and its space? All the things that we use to define something material, it doesn't have any of that. It's just a mathematical construct to make us feel better about action at a distance, that it isn't just that space, distance, has certain properties that are defined by the rule set. So when certain things are separated, there's a certain interaction between them. That's what the rule set says. But we make up fields. So there is no such thing as an electric field or a magnetic field. He says, what do you mean? Listen to this mic. Hello, hello, hear that? That's all done with electricity and electric fields. This mic I have here is this little thing. It goes down and I got a transmitter and it transmits an electric field back over to the receiver, an electromagnetic field back to that receiver, and that receiver picks it up, decodes it, and puts it on that camera. It's just the rule set defines that certain things done here will affect things there. And if the distance gets further away, then the effect goes down by the square, 1 over the square of the distance. It's just the rule set, you see. So we in science, like making up electrons as chunks of mass with charge, we make up fields to explain action at a distance. Because then we imagine that those fields are physical. Fields are not physical. Fields actually don't exist. Oh, you say, I can measure it. I got a little electric field measure here. All you're measuring is the value that the rule set gives at this point. You're measuring a force. Force is real. Fields are not. And if I have a charge here and you have a little charge in your measurement device, sure enough, you can put that measurement device anywhere you want and it'll tell you how much the force is between these two. But that's just because that's what the rule set says. We only imagine that there's a field, that there's an electromagnetic field, that there's a gravitational field. Oh, we just saw gravitational waves about a year ago, didn't we? It was a big deal and all over the science news. Gravitational waves. There are no gravitational waves. There are no gravitational fields. It's part of the rule set. What we felt was a change in gravitational force. That's what was measured. It was then just assumed that it was a gravitational field that delivered that force. It wasn't, it's just the rule set. Okay. So you see it changes the way science looks at things when you have a virtual reality. There's another mystery, another paradox in physics. And actually this action at a distance in electric fields, they were a paradox early on. When they were first proposed, there were a lot of physicists that said, nah, we're not having any of this action at a distance. That's not right. That's just math. That's not anything material. You're just calculating. Don't confuse the ability to calculate a value with the fact that, that calculation itself transmits the force to a different place in space. Calculations don't transmit force. So, but eventually physicists just let that go because it's nice to have a material field that is the cause of things. That way materialism keeps its causality in line and feels better about its beliefs. A thing that was noticed about the speed of light is that it seems to be changeable sometimes. It's been just a little different in the further decimal places. I'm not sure just how far, but let's talk about the 8th or 9th or 10th decimal place. Notice that it has changed. Sometimes it's a little more, sometimes it's a little less. And that change is larger than the error in the measurement. So we know it's a real change, because you can measure it, say, to 14 decimal places, but you're seeing a difference at the 12th or 13th decimal place, you see. So it's a real change. And that's another one of these paradoxes. How could that be? Well, remember yesterday we talked about where does the speed of light come from? In a virtual reality, you have a resolution. That resolution is in time, how small is your delta t, and how small is your delta volume, or delta length if you want, your delta in space and your delta in time. That determines the resolution of your virtual reality. Well, you take that delta x and divide it by that delta t and you get a velocity, and that's the speed of light, and that's as fast as anything can move in your virtual reality. Every virtual reality has a speed limit. 1 delta x for every delta t. You can't jump 2 or 3 delta x's for a delta t. That's not allowed. You got to move through space continuously. Otherwise, you're teleporting through space, and that makes your space real undependable and squirrely. You never know where anything is or how it got there. If you need to track things, you get 1 delta x for every delta t. That's the speed limit. Okay, so that's a ratio of those two. But any computer scientist will tell you you never compute a virtual reality or a simulation at a higher resolution than you need for whatever your purpose is. Because the higher your resolution, the more your computer has to crunch data, the harder it is to do it. Right? The more calculations you have. So the delta t determines, and the delta x determines how much memory you need and how much processing power you need. If you have smaller delta t, you're doing more and more calculations. It's a function of time. If you have smaller delta x, you got more things to compute. See? So they define the computer requirements in memory and in crunch, how well the computer can process the data. All right, well, our virtual reality has needed more resolution as we started probing into more detail. You know, when you're in a virtual reality, you start probing down and down and down. Eventually, you get down to the pixel level, and you can't probe any more than that, because now your reality is not continuous anymore. It's got holes between it. It's got spaces between the points. You can't go any deeper than that. Well, you get to a point where you might need a finer. If you're going in that virtual reality and you want to measure down to a millionth of a centimeter, well, you need a finer grid there. You need more resolution. Otherwise, people run into the spaces between points, the space between space, right? The gaps between time. Well, so as we started digging deeper into our reality, measuring things, the system had to give us more resolution in which we could play with that. And how does it do that? If it's a delta x over a delta t is the velocity of light, well, the system would like to keep our velocity of light the same, because that's a pretty important number, fastest thing you can go through our virtual reality. But you can change, it's a ratio. Okay? If you could just say, well, I'll half both of them. You know, I'll make my delta t only half as big, and I'll make my delta x only half as big, You'd still have the same ratio, wouldn't you? But you'd have doubled the resolution. But these things are digital. You just can't make them exactly half as big or a tenth as big. You know, those are integers. Because these are digital things, you can't split them any way you want. They only come in individual chunks. You have to make them n times the number of your smallest chunk lesser or greater. See what I mean? When things are digital, you can't break them into fractions. You can't say, well, okay, here's digital pieces. I got three chunks here. I want to make them 3.1. Can't do that. You can make 4 chunks, but you can't make them 3.1. So you're stuck with numbers, integer numbers of pieces. Well, these pieces are small, but it's the same thing. You have to make those numbers change in integer numbers of pieces of the delta x or delta t. And when you do that, you can't keep that ratio exactly the same because the numbers of pieces you have of the t and the x are different. One's 10 to the minus 44 seconds, the other's 10 to the minus 36 meters, and you can't just shift those any way you want to make them come out to exactly the same value of c. You can get close, but you can't do it exactly. There's always going to be a little difference out in the far decimal places. So that would explain why the speed of light has modified itself a little bit. And you would expect those modifications to come right around the time we started looking deeper and deeper into our reality. You know, now we're smashing atoms at CERN, you know, looking at things that are very, very, very small. And you need a lot of resolution to do that and have answers that mean anything. So that's another paradox. So what I've found is that all of the paradoxes that science has about just, you know, why does this work this way? Where did the ball of plasma come from? You know, where does mass come from? Where does time come from? How is space made? You know, all of these things are answerable very easily and very simply with the concept of a virtual reality. So we've kind of solved quantum mechanics today, made it simple and logical. We've answered all these other paradoxes that we have about tunneling and that sort of thing. So that starts to give me, anyway, a little warmer feeling about the logic that virtual reality brings to our reality, you know, the way of viewing our reality. Because the science is way down on the end of that logical stream. You have a logical flow, and it's only down to the end of that flow where you create the virtual reality so the individuated units of consciousness have a place to go experience so that they can become love. That kind of happens, our virtual reality happens toward the end of that logical stream. So if the stuff at the end of your logical stream makes really good sense, does good physics, it just gives you a warmer feeling that upstream in that logic, that it's probably not too far off. Not that it's right necessarily, but it's not too far off. Okay, so there's lots of new ways of looking at science. So virtual reality is not only an explanation of the paranormal and of spirituality and of past lives and of Akashic records and of using your mind to heal or to modify probability. All of those things fall out of it, as does a better science, a better, more robust, more understandable, more logical science. Okay. Now, I think that'll kind of do for the physics. You get back more to the metaphysics and the spirituality. I'm trying to combine the two in such ways that you see how it all fits together as one. It's not that we have science over here and we have metaphysics over here and the two of those are just separate in their own space. It's that metaphysics, which brings us consciousness, derives the physics. It's all one thing. One understanding produces it all. It tells you why you can heal with your mind, and it tells you where time comes from. and mass. So, let's see. Let's talk about a couple of other things. And then I think we can do some more of the experiential things. People seemed to like that yesterday, so we can do some more of those today. And then I'd like to leave extra time for questions. So one of the things I was going to talk about is healing, using your mind to heal. We know that basic function is that intent changes the probabilities in this distribution, which changes, if you make probability greater, then that random draw is more likely to get the states you want rather than something else. All right, now, if everybody is using their intent to modify probability, aren't some people pushing while others are pulling on the same thing? Yes. Well, then which way does it go? Well, whoever's push is bigger than the pull, then it goes the way the push goes, you see. So yes, there are a lot of people all pulling and pushing things in different directions, but that's part of the way this reality works. We're all interacting. And what we get out is the sum total of all of us and all of our intents and all of our interactions. It's not just us. We're not here alone. We're here with a lot of others, and we interact with those others. Healing is a pretty easy thing to do. The reason it's easy is because there's so much uncertainty in the result. What happens with the body and how the body works and how it heals is mostly unknown science. I mean, our doctors and our medical people feel like they know an awful lot about how the body works, but they have barely scratched the surface. They don't know much at all. There's many things, many factors and things that create this uncertainty. There are people who only have a month to live, and within a week, they don't even have cancer anymore. It's gone. It doesn't happen a lot, but it happens. And there are people who are perfectly healthy and robust and eat well and live well and, get a disease and they're gone in a month. It happens. There's lots of uncertainty about how the body will heal or won't heal. And a lot of that has to do with the effect that mental intent has on it. When you find out that you've got some terrible disease, if that makes you very fearful, you're going to be adding to that disease. Fear is not healing. Fear is going the opposite direction. And if everybody around you finds out you've got this terrible disease, and they're all very fearful for you, and everybody is very negative about the outcome, they're just increasing the probability of that bad outcome. Okay? So you can see how things then can change. Which takes us kind of, well, I guess I'll wrap that back into the psi uncertainty principle. Psi uncertainty says that you can use other than normal means to change things like healing with your intent. You can do this, but only within the natural uncertainty of the problem. Okay? So if you have a lump someplace and nobody knows what it is, and you use your intent to make that lump benign, or to have put an effort into making the probability of that lump being benign a higher probability, then you have a lot easier time of changing that because there's so much uncertainty around it. Nobody has any idea what's there. Okay, but there's the rule set on the other side. There's some biology following rules that maybe has a high probability of that lump being something because of the asbestos you breathed, or whatever else might have happened to you, the way you eat, the diet you have, the amount of anxiety you carry with you. There's biology that's going to raise the probability of it being a certain thing, but then there's your intent that may want to reduce that probability. So again, how much you can change it depends on how much probability you have to move. But now you go take that lump and you have 3 or 4 doctors do biopsies, and each one of them says, oh, that's a malignant cancer and it's one of the worst kinds and you've got 6 months to live. Well, now what's the probability that that's malignant? Well, it's close to 1. It's maybe not 1. All 4 of those doctors might have made a mistake. All 4 of them might have seen things that weren't there, or your data got confused with somebody else's, but 4, you see? So there's still probability that maybe they're wrong, but now it's small. Now the probability that that's a malignant cancer is probably at the 0.999. That they all are made of mistakes, 0.0001, something like that, you see. So now that's what you have to work with. Whereas before, your biology maybe made it only a 0.8 or a 0.9, and you want to work it down to something like a 0.1 or a 0.2. See, the problem's a lot different. So that's part of the psi uncertainty. Your intent, your ability to do psi things, which is paranormal things by using your intent, is more effective if there's more space in which things can change, more uncertainty. As that uncertainty goes away, then it gets to be a harder and harder problem to work with. Psi uncertainty also comes into to play when you want to do something that violates the rule set. You can violate the rule set in a small way with a few people, because that's all right. So if you want to do something amazing like levitate a box of rocks, you might be able to do that at home or with a few friends, because there's enough uncertainty in the system, enough plausible deniability that you didn't actually do that at all. You faked the film, you photoshopped it, you made it look like that, and your friends are all in a conspiracy with you, lying, seeing if you can trick them into believing that you really did it. So there's enough uncertainty with it that the system actually can allow you to do it, because there's plausible deniability. Now, if you're very proud of yourself, so you call up all the major news agencies and have them all at your house one afternoon so that you can demonstrate your ability to levitate a box of rocks, there's a very high probability that your rocks will never move. They'll stay right there in the box on the floor, because now you don't have so much plausible deniability. If they're really the major news people that are credible, you don't. Now, if it was just, what, I don't know about here, but something, like the kind of magazines you get on the grocery shelf store, that mostly are things that are made up and they have no credibility, then it wouldn't matter. You could show them, because they'd say, oh, man levitates box of rocks, and everybody would just smile and forget, go on. Nobody would believe it. So there's more deniable, the credibility is more deniable there. So there's a limit to what you can do in the circumstances in which you can do it. So as you use your intent to change things, to modify things, to get information or whatever, you have to realize there's constraints. And within these constraints, you may have more flexibility, an easier time. It may be a simpler thing to do, or it may be a harder thing to do. Understanding how the reality works will let you know how you can do these things. The reason there's the constraint on performing miracles in public that are obviously miracles is because that would allow a lot of people who aren't yet ready to process that information in a positive way, get that information and get it in a way that they feel like it's something they should do, something they should work with. So that would not be profitable to us. You don't want a lot of people trying to manipulate you or others or their children or their bosses or whatever with their intents, trying to give people problems. We have that. Most of coastal Africa has been doing that for centuries. If you know somebody who lives there, who's been born there, comes from those areas, they will tell you that's a part of their culture. That's a part of their culture. Pay me, $100 and I won't make your children ill. Those sorts of things. So we don't want to live in that kind of an environment. We don't want people abusing. Intent modifies probability so that they can do things that are very negative with it. That's why the way it is now, it's like it's a secret in plain sight. The reason it's a secret in plain sight is because those people who would be very abusive of it are the people who would say, nah, it's nonsense. The people who say, that's real, that's really something, I should work with, are the people who are seeking something bigger. So it's a self-policing system. And the system would like not to bridge that self-policing and ruin that. So that's why it's really hard to do miracles in public. But all sorts of miracles can be done in private. That's not a problem. Any number of people have had miracles happen to them and to others that were done by using intent, and they happen all the time. By miracle, I mean, beating the odds that are very, very high. You will definitely die in 6 months, and in 3 weeks you don't have the illness anymore. It just went away. No explanation, but that's easy because that happens in medicine and nobody cares too much about it. We know biology is just quirky that way. So healing is an easy thing to do with your mind. It's not hard to get good at it. Let's see. I think I talked a little bit about it just today. Would we like to practice some things like that? Is that something this group would like to do? You want to do some healing just to practice it and see maybe how it works? Yeah? Okay, then what we'll need to do that, if we're going to practice some healing, I'll have to get somebody here who knows of someone that has an illness. Okay, you have to be aware of somebody that's got some kind of illness. And you know what the illness is. You know the diagnosis. Because the only part of healing that's really evidential in the short term or without taking a lot of data is the diagnosis. The healing part is over a longer time. And you can't just use your intent to heal somebody and they get better and you figure you healed them. They may have gotten better anyway. You got to heal 100 people with your intent. And if half of them get better and half of them get worse, you're not doing anything, right? Or you may not be doing anything. That's just randomness. That could be statistics. You have to keep records and do statistics so that you know whether or not you are statistically significant with what you're doing. So if you try to heal 100 people and 95 of them get better immediately, you're probably doing something. So healing takes a while for you to understand whether what you're doing is working or not. You have to work at it over some years with lots of people. And very slowly you'll get better and better at it. Your technique will improve. But diagnosing is something that's pretty immediate. And diagnosing is just seeing what's wrong. Where are the dark spots in among the light spots? I talked about that before. One method is to have an intent to get the information of what's unhealthy in that body. One of the typical ways is to do that with the visual, which is the healthy stuff is white. So you see this gingerbread cookie humanoid outline, and everything in there that's white is healthy, everything that's in there that's dark is unhealthy, and the darker it is, the more unhealthy it is. So something coal black would be something that's very unhealthy, like fatal. Okay? Just gray and cloudy would be something that's maybe like the flu. So this is an intent. That's just one way. You can come up with your own. You can make it graphical. You can do it in terms of colors. You can have the output any way you want it. But you have to have an intent, and you have of getting that information and an intent of how you want that information displayed. Okay. Your next intent, if you really want to do diagnosis more specifically, you need to know whether you're looking at the front of the person or the back of the person, because the difference is the right and left gets confused. You see a black spot over here, but you find out, oh, it's over there. That's because you were looking at the back and the front. You didn't specify it, so you got a random result there, whether it was front or back. Or maybe there's something in you that just always tends to see people from the front or the back, and it always goes one way. Therefore, everything, that's you'll get the right and left more easily that way. If you always do it the same way, you may always get it wrong, or always get it right if you're consistent. Also, sideways, you have to look to get front and back. Because if you look through this way, you'll see a spot here, but is that up here on the front? Is that a spot on my skin up here, or is it a spot back here on my back? So you see, your intent has to be specific as to what you're looking at and what your picture is. Or if you want, you could bring all three of those views up at once. You could use the front view, the back view, and the side view, like in 3 different pictures if you want, but that's more trouble. Just an easy gingerbread guy is easy. You don't have to see it. If you're not visual, you can feel it. You can feel where they are. And don't ask me precisely how that works, but people who feel don't know how it works either. It just works. They can say, yeah, I feel like it's there. So they are processing the information differently. So that's the basic tool. Then the healing, so that's the diagnosis. That's how we do diagnosis. And we can tell immediately, because after you do the diagnosis, we can ask the person that knows what the problem is, and then we can see if our diagnosis fit the actual problem. So this is good evidential things. And if you want to practice this, all you need to do is double up with 1 or 2 other people, because everybody knows somebody who knows somebody with illness. There's enough illness going around that somebody in your family or somebody else's family will have it. Well, it's better that you don't know. That person, if it's in your own family, you probably know what's wrong with them, because that's talked about. If it's in somebody else's family, you have no idea what's wrong with them. So you can offer your family members up as targets for somebody else, and they can offer up their family members for you. And it works pretty good in a group that way, and you can get lots of practice. Now, a couple cautions. It's nice if the person who's going to offer up somebody else as a target, if they ask that person first whether or not that's all right, if people try to heal them or not, so we get their okay on it. You're not doing things that people would not want you to do. That's kind of important. Another thing is that not everybody needs to be healed. Sometimes illness is there for a reason. And when you get pushback on your healing, that means that you try to heal, but it just doesn't seem to work very well. That's one of the signs of that healing needs to be there for the learning of the individual. So there's times to heal and there's times not. If you push back at the pushback and you force the healing, that person will probably just find another way to learn that same lesson. And it's usually one disease gets replaced by another. Well, I guess that's enough information. Do we have somebody here who knows someone who would like to contribute?
Why don't they try and diagnose me, Tom? I have a small problem at the moment.
All right.
Sorry, small.
Well, okay, I would say that the problems are better if they are something that is clear to see. Okay? So somebody that's perfectly healthy except for they have a big tumor someplace, well, that just stands out real well. There's the black spot. If what they have is a bad cold, well, then you'll see kind of a hazy gray that's not too dark around an area, and it won't be very distinct, and a lot of people will miss it. So I have no idea what's wrong with you, Keith. So anyway, we can do that. Are there any others that we can do? I'm going to write these down on this board so we can do one after another instead of having to take breaks between them.
Tom, if I have a health problem, can
You can offer yourself up, yes. And you can work on yourself. It's not just something you can do for other people. Something you can do for yourself. Sometimes people aren't as good working on themselves because they can't get their ego out of it because they're attached to the outcome. Okay, so we're going to do Keith. Now, what you can tell me is just, you want to do one too?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just give a. Well, let's call him Keith W. We know who he is. He's confessed. Okay, what should I put down here?
SHARA.
S R A
D. D for Delhi. D.
D here.
No, after A.
Oh, D.
SHA, not E. Not she. Sha.
Shout out.
Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else have somebody that they would want to offer? Just a first name and an initial.
The name of the person. My name or the name of the person. That's ill.
Your name?
The name of the person that's ill.
Yes.
Trish, T-R-I-C. W.
Okay, Trish W. Okay, we might take one more. Huh?
My name.
I have.
Other person.
Other person. Chandra.
Okay, we'll take yours, Ms. Knight. What'd you say?
Chandra.
Chandler?
CHANDRA. D-R-A.
Chandra.
Chandra.
D-R,
R-A.
C-H-A-N-D-R-E.
D-R-A.
D-R-A.
Yeah.
Another initial?
Correct.
A.
Oops, wrong spot. Yes,
Mary M.
Mary M. This is getting lighter and lighter. I'm running out of pins here. This one works now. Mary, would you say M?
M.
Okay, that's about enough. We don't. That's about enough. We'll see. Okay, now what we'll do is you can do what you like, I guess, but one of the things I'd like to kind of offer people, because I know there are people in here who do heal, and you have your own methodologies and ways of doing things. And one of the things that maybe I can offer here for you is that most of what healers do is using tools of their own, of their own making, or somebody else's tools. They use tools to do things, like the beam of light to change the dark spots white. That's a tool. The fairy wand we talk about to make the dark spots light. That's another tool. Working with chakras is another tool, and so on. We have lots of tools. And often we have rituals leading up to using those tools. We first start and relax ourselves, and then we get in a meditation state, and then we do whatever we do. Sometimes person's tools are that they feel that they can't do it themselves. They have to get somebody else to do it, somebody powerful, so they're not powerful enough to do it, but they have a friend who can, I'm just a little weenie person. I can't do this, but the angel Gabriel comes when I call, and he'll do the healing. I'm powerless, but Gabriel will do anything I tell him. He works for me. Anyway, there's all sorts of ways that people do it. Sometimes they feel like they have to get involved personally, like they have to reach in and grab the stuff with their hands, or they have to, cut it out. some physical thing like that as opposed to hitting it with a beam of light. And that's all right. Any tools are as good as any other tools, but you have to be a little careful with tools. If you have any fear surrounding the tool choice that you make, you can end up hurting yourself. If you have this idea that the only tool that you can use is you have this belief that there's like a conservation of illness. The only way you can heal somebody if you take that illness on yourself. Well, that's not a good belief. That'll just make you ill. It'll work. It's another tool for having your intent focus on better health for that person, but it also is an intent that you end up being ill. That's not a good thing to do. If you use hands-on, that you have to go in and somehow do it with your hands, and you have a belief that, oh, now I've stuck my hands in that stuff, that infection or whatever, now I might get it. Well, then you might get it, see? So you need tools that leave you not vulnerable to your fears. Any tool you use that you can have a fear that will give you bad feedback, you need to avoid. Any ritual that you use is, in the big picture, unnecessary. You really don't need rituals. In fact, we really don't need the tools. Now I'm talking about the big picture. In theory, you see, you don't need the tools. We do need the tools because we're not able to focus our intent very well without them. That's why we need the tools. If we could focus our intent very well without them, we wouldn't need the tools. So you could just as easily say, oh, that person's sick, be healed. You're done. See? And it would work, except most of us here would say, that's impossible. That's too easy, couldn't possibly work. They have to do something to cause something to happen. So if they don't actually go in and remove black spots and they see black spots and remove them and burn them out and do all this stuff, it couldn't possibly be effective. So there's a part of them in a belief that says, this won't work. And if you've got a belief at the being level that says this won't work, it's not going to work. Because you're not focusing your intent on a process. Your intent's now scattered. Part of you would like to do this, there's another part of you that's is not working toward that goal. So we need the tools to focus our intent, but in fact the tools aren't primary, they're not fundamental. So if you have a lot of tools you use, if you have to be in a quiet place, if you have to be in a meditation state, if you have to call on certain other beings or whatever, just for this experiment, don't bother with any of your tools. I mean, not with any of your rituals. Meditation is a ritual that you have to do. What we're going to do is just do this stone cold. We're just going to have our intent and do it. But we're going to try to make that intent come out of our being level. Right? Not out of our intellect. It's not that we want to do this or we think we should do this, and hopefully not that we really, really want to succeed at it. We're just going to participate in the experiment and see what happens, see what we get. See if we get black spots that are in the right place that correspond with whatever's wrong with the person. No pressure, no anxiety. You don't need to get right answers. No expectations. You're just going to do it and see what happens. Okay, we're going to look at the health bodies of these 5 people and see what's wrong with them. That's the diagnosis part, and that's going to be using our intent, as we said. Then we're going to heal them, which means make them feel better, get rid of the disease, whatever it is, and we're going to do that with our intent. Intent is the active ingredient. Everything else is a tool. The tool helps you focus that intent. You can practice developing your own tools because your tools will be more effective than trying to use somebody else's tools. But that takes some time because you have to do it lots of times before you know what tools work best for you and before you start to develop your own tools. So to begin with, the easy tool or the most common tool is just a visual one. If you're not visual, a feeling one, where you see the humanoid shape, you see the dark spots versus the light spots and how dark they are. If you don't care about right and left, then you don't have to worry about that. And when you're actually healing and diagnosing people, the diagnosis really isn't that important. That's just an evidential check. So you can even skip the diagnosing part. Or if you want to know where to focus your intent, you may want to do a diagnosis first, but whether it's right or left doesn't matter, because you're going to see a dark spot and you're going to work on that dark spot. And whether that's on the left or right side of him is really irrelevant. So none of that is really that important other than for collecting data. That's how you know that what you're doing is really working, is by doing it again and again and collect the data. So you need to stick in the beginning with evidential things where you have the truth data and you can test it against. That's why it's good to work with a partner. If you do it without that truth data, it's really hard for you to tell what works and what doesn't work. Okay, so we're going to do some of these. Now, do I have any questions about how to focus an intent and do this? I think we've talked about it a lot. You kind of have some idea, even if you're not quite sure how you're going to go about it. I'm not going to give you a whole lot of time. I'll give you maybe more time on the first one, and then I'm going to give you a very short amount of time. It doesn't take much time. You can do this meditating first, without relaxing, without going through any of the normal rituals that people go through to heal with their minds. Just do it. The key is out of the being level. That's empathy. Out of the feeling level, if you will. Connecting with that person and really wanting to heal that person. If what you're really wanting to do is get a right answer, get the right diagnosis, and that's what's important, you won't do nearly as well. You won't get as good a diagnosis. You have to not worry about getting it right. That will get in the way. So just try it, make it up, do it however it seems to come to you, but I won't give you much time, because if you have to take a lot of time, mostly you just start tripping over your own, your own mind, your own ego, your own analysis starts to work its way in there, and you end up just in a ball, and nothing works for you then. So after the first one, I probably only give you a minute or two to go diagnose and to heal, and you'll be surprised that if you do it more quickly and easily without trying to work and, am I doing it right and that, you'll find it'll work better, not less, better. A lot of things in our world, the more effort you put into it, the better your result. In this case, putting too much effort into it will make a worse result. Okay, it's more your attitude coming from the being level. All right, let's start with Keith. And okay, what I would like you to do is probably closing your eyes is a good idea, because that shuts out a lot of distraction that you might not have. It's not required, but for most people that helps them shut out distraction. And then I'd like you to bring up the energy body of Keith, have an intention that is Keith W.'s energy body, and it's the Keith W. that is on our list here, who is sitting back there. That's the Keith W., not just any Keith W. The Keith W. that's on our list to be healed. Then I want you to hold that intent and come up with an intent of the black and white as your output format that we talked about. Then I want you to hold that intent as you survey it. Now you can just look at the whole thing, or you can survey it like you have this little window that you scan down, or you can see it on a map. Then remember it or write it down. You can draw a little gingerbread man and then color it in little spots where you see him. It's a good thing to do. Because then after we get back from that, then I'm going to ask you to heal it, which means to get rid of the black spots. Then we're going to go right to the next one, right to the next one, right to the next one. So you may have trouble remembering them all if there's 5 of them. So it'd be a good idea if you write down on your paper, make a little gingerbread cookie shape, and put it in your dark spots. I will know that you're done because I'll tell you when it's over, and then open your eyes. And when everybody's sitting up with their eyes open, I know everybody's done, and then we'll go on to the next one immediately. So we're going to do a whole series of them. Now, each one you might do differently. That's okay. Just do the experiment, see what happens. That's the best attitude. All right, let's start with Keith W. Look at the health energy body of Keith W. and remember what you see. Okay, wind up your work in another 30 seconds or so, and when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, next, we're going to diagnose and then heal Sharad T. Okay, begin. Okay, in the next 30 seconds, wind up your work on Charade T. When you're done, open your eyes. Okay. Next, we're going to diagnose and then heal Trish W., the Trish W. that's on our list. Go ahead and begin. Okay, take the next 30 seconds to wind up your work on Trish W. And when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, the next person we are going to diagnose and heal is Chandra A. Diagnose and heal Chandra A. In the next 30 seconds, wind up your work on Chandra A. When you're done, open your eyes. Okay. Our final candidate for diagnosis and healing is Mary M. Diagnose and then heal Mary M. Okay, take the next 30 seconds to wind up your work on Mary M. And when you're done, open your eyes. All right, let's get the truth date on these folks. Hopefully you've written down all of your diagnoses. So Keith, tell us what's wrong with you.
Tom, I have an infection in my left ear.
Okay, so that should have been a dark spot on one side of the head or the other. Okay, and Sherard T.
I have cataract in my eyes and I have diabetes.
Okay, so it would have been problem with the eyes and diabetes. Which would have been pancreas somewhere here in the middle, I guess, but it could have been spread all over because diabetes is a systemic thing. So it may not be just entirely localized. The pancreas may have been a little darker than the rest, but there should have been some shadows all over the body because it's a systemic problem. Trish W.
Trish has been diagnosed with cancer in the stomach, lungs and lung.
Okay, cancer in the stomach, lungs, and brain. Stomach, lungs, brain. Cancer. And Chandra A? What's that?
Overweight. Overweight. Obese. Obese.
Obese. No, that would have been systemic. That would have been a tough one. Would you visualize that? It may be a systemic thing that you'd see kind of some sort of gray all over. Or maybe you'd actually see the obesity. That would be interesting. And Mary M.
Miriam was just recently in an automobile accident, has broken bones throughout the body and bleeding in the brain.
So you've seen a lot of little dark spots scattered around in the body. It would have been more speckled kind of a thing in the body. Okay, so there was the truth. How many of you got at least one of those right? How many got more than one? How many got more than three? Nobody. How many got three? How many got two? Okay, several got two of them. Okay. We'll discuss it in just a moment, but before we do, I can say that part of the biggest difficulty people have is trying to do it through the intellect. They try to work the process through their intellect. Am I doing it right? What should I do? Because that's the way we deal with problems in this reality, right? We have a process. We go through the process. The intellect says do this, then do this, then do this, and the intellect's in charge. We have a prescription. As long as we go through the right process, we'll get the right answer. And that's just the way we tend to work, because that's what works here in this reality. If you do that in the healing or in any of the other things that create intent, it won't work as well. It's not a thing you do. It's a thing you are. It's an intent you have. It's out of the being level. It's more intuitive. It's more empathetic than it is intellectual. So I don't know if most of you were probably fighting with that intellect that wanted to take charge. But all right, anybody can discuss their experience and any of the successes and problems they had.
Tom, I feel I feel that the intellect is interfering, so I just let it be. I don't try to diagnose, and I just focus on the intent of healing. So is that okay?
Sure.
Because being a doctor, it automatically pops up, that training, okay, this problem. So that's why I didn't try to diagnose only. I just focus, because every time, the left brain would interfere.
Yes.
So I just dropped that. So is that okay?
That's
if
fine.
You just focus on the
that
healing
is
part?
just fine. Yes.
Just on the intent that they may get healed?
Yes, there is no problem with that. The only real value in the diagnosing first is just to convince yourself that what you're doing is what they have, But it doesn't help you with the healing. The healing is just as effective whether you ever diagnose it or not. And you can have a feeling for what it is. Your feelings, though, weren't located in any particular part of the body. They were just holistic in the person. Yeah, I can see your problem. Being a physician, you have so much knowledge about the body and the things that can go wrong with the body that all that knowledge is just constantly being thrown in there, and you can't help it. You can't tell that intellect to sit down and be quiet, because that's what that intellect does. And I see the problem that you would have with that. But that's fine. That's fine. Any other comments?
Tom, may I check? One of my concerns is that I'm not very good at even at visualization, so I can't really see the ginger cookie of a human body sometimes. But my response today was that, for example, if I coughed, I assumed that was also a signal to me to point me to a direction. And if I felt, while thinking of a name, I felt a pain in my eye, I felt that also could be an indicator of something.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay to go by such signs?
Sure. Absolutely. That's just a different output format. You don't need the visual. That's just one output format. You can say, give me a little twinge in whatever area is the problem. That's a different output format.
May I?
Please.
I wrote down before actually we had lunch what the cause of the problem was, more than the physical part of the body. After getting the information about the cause, because it could be different from what you actually or Keith said about himself, and instantaneously the remedy
Yeah.
or the way to make it better. So I thought it's very helpful.
Yes. You probably had that as part of your intent without even knowing it, that you were looking at, I would suspect that's in your personality, that when you think of a problem, you think of a remedy at the same time. Those two go hand in hand. It's hard to think of one without thinking of the other.
Yes, and also maybe because I doubt, I think we have to be very careful to diagnose another person. If we do not give the antidote or the uplifting message of if you improve this, your problems will subside. For instance, the lady Trish, I saw lung, heart, brain, which gave her depression, mental health issues. She's feeling depressed. She will benefit immensely by treatment for hormones to give her stimulation of detoxification, the full system.
Okay. Yeah, good. That's very good. You got a more complete answer.
And Mrs. Chandra, for instance, shall I? May I?
Sure. No, please do.
I find it very, it is
Yes.
intimate. So it's a problem. It's her ovaries affected, which gives her the sluggishness. Female issues, spleen. Check it out. Talk to your neighbor, what you can do with his sound and knowledge about sound to activate the spleen, because it's a major organ. And she's been ignoring herself. She's neglected her femininity. So she should do well next time to you bring her here and we look after her. Huh?
That's very nice. Okay.
What do
And
you
it-
think? I mean, this is what I
Sure. It just comes to you. Yeah. I suspect you're more practiced in this sort of thing. You have more practice in doing these?
It's my interest. One of my
Yes.
things, the things I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, and as all of you practice this and get better at it, have more experience with it, you also, the communications will become richer and deeper and more significant. It's a matter, you have to start someplace, but working at it is the important thing. It's not something that you learn how to do well in a day. It's something you learn how to do well maybe in 6 months or a year, and then you learn how to do it really well in a decade or more. Yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2. Is it on? Okay. Yeah. I saw Keith, and as soon as you mentioned it, I got the head, the ear thing. But then I saw lower back, than that it's connected in some way. So I don't know if that means.
He has lower back issues. Yeah.
So it's like energetically, it was sort of saying that there's a blockage there that would affect this.
There's a connection.
Yeah. And the fifth one I got, and the third one I knew about, but the second one, Sharad, yeah, it came clear, but it was off. I just saw your left knee, problems with your left knee. So does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. So that kind of showed itself as it's quite clear there, but I've been in altered states where it's been very clear, and when you're in this environment, it's difficult to get it clear. But I know the difference when you're in a really altered state, it's really clear. So it's been able to get to that level of access without all this affecting your state, isn't it?
Right.
But yeah.
And with practice, you can do that. It can be really clear just in this kind of an environment too. It's easier in that meditation space, but it's just as effective here.
And so does that, the amount of intent that you're sending when you're in a meditative space, is the effect a lot more profound because you're in that space than it is in this state?
Not fundamentally, but for most people, probably yes. The reason for that is you have a more profound effect if your intent is focused and clear. If you have other things going on, then that distracts from the focus and the clarity. So if you're...
Dispersion of the energy is dispersed more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be one way of looking at it. Energy is just dispersed more. It's not as focused. So if you're in a state, let's say that you do this in other forms, then you probably won't be effective doing it like this at first. But you can practice and do as well with this kind of form without the meditation state, without the quiet, with noises of traffic and other things. You can eventually become just as effective in that environment as you can in a quiet, peaceful meditation state, because what you'll learn is as you meditate to just let all the rest of that go. You just drop it and let it go and it's gone, and you no longer have that
and I
distraction.
think this is one of the challenges when you meet people that claim they are healers. Some are connected in a way that their intent and their energy is focused and they get good results. Other people think they are and they've got good intention but they're not as effective. And they all seem to get rolled into the same group of people.
Right.
Which is...
It's a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah. It's a big difference.
Tom, a quick.
Yeah, here's one.
Okay, Tom, a quick comment and then come to the question. Comment is that I think you talked yesterday about beginner's luck. And I think Dushyant got Keith's ear at the right spot in the first instance. So I think this doesn't want to draw the attention that beginner's luck may be the whole thing about just being open and trying something for the first time without any cleverness or any planning. Sometimes maybe yielding better results. Just a quick comment on that one. And the second one is a question. Do we heal only once, and just let it be, and assume you healed it all, or do we go on repeating the healing again and again?
Okay, you'll be more effective with your healing if you keep up with it. You can have that intent once, and maybe you spend 5 minutes on it that time. Really work it hard. You also need an intent not only to make it stay, to make it turn white. Okay, the black turns white, but now you need an intent that it stay white and not come back. You need to have that intent for it to last as well as to be that way, because otherwise it may be that way just then and then disappear later. So the intent needs to hold it. And yes, if you keep coming back to it, the best way to describe that is if you have it in the back of your mind. So as you heal somebody, you're working on them and that's your intention. But you can keep that intent alive in the back of your mind all the time. So throughout the day, you're still putting some energy into that healing all day long. And maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times a day, you can take just a minute out to hit it just a little harder. And then another hour later, take a minute out just to hit it a lot, or maybe just 10 seconds. Just keep it going. And if you have that, you see, that comes out of your caring. When you really care about what you're doing, you don't just do it and drop it. You do it and drop it if it's just something that you really don't care that much about, you're just doing. If you really care about it, you have that intent that keeps coming all the time. And by back of the mind, think of this. If somebody offered you, $5 million if you showed up at a particular place on a particular day. Not a hard place to get to, just maybe a particular street corner or a particular place in this city on a particular minute of a particular day. Well, you'd immediately go out and get a watch that was absolutely perfect, right? It wasn't going to lose time because that was critical. and you wouldn't lose track of what day it was, maybe it was like 3 weeks from now, you'd have that in the back of your mind all along. And when you got to the day that it was happening, you'd have a hard time thinking about anything else all day long. You'd be, what time is it? What time is it now? I better get there early in case there's traffic, how's that doing? And you'd be calling up the traffic. You'd be having it in your mind all the time, even though you'd get up, you'd have breakfast, you'd go to your job, you'd do what you have to do, but it would still be there because it was important to you. Well, the healing needs to be important to you, that you really do care, and you need to keep feeding it and feeding it. I found that about the optimal thing is to feed it all day long for about 2 weeks. If you feed it all day long for about 2 weeks, you'll have about your optimum effect. You can do it longer than that, but the effect isn't a whole lot greater. You can do it less than that and you still have an effect, but it's not quite as much. So now it's starting to sound like a lot of trouble, isn't it, if you got to keep this going, all the time for 2 weeks. But the more you practice at it, the more you can just keep things in the back of your mind. And if you don't need process, if you don't need that clear meditation state, if you don't have to get there, and that takes 15 or 20 minutes just to establish the state before you do anything, you see, if you don't need that, then it's easy to take 30 seconds out of your day and bring up that image or that feeling and send out that healing energy and make sure that's bright white and it stays white, and then going about your business. You can do it just walking from one office to the next. Just any kind of little bit, a few seconds you have, you can do that, and that will be effective. It all adds for time. That's the reason why you want a very robust meditation state that you can do anywhere at any time under any conditions and still be tightly focused and perfectly clear. Because if it takes you a half an hour to get in and out of a state and do your work, now you're limited. You can't just take a half an hour out of every day or 4 or 5 times a day. It's too much to do, too big a burden. If you can just do it all the time, you'll be more effective than if you try just once. So yes, we do keep after it. That was a good question. I should have brought that up to begin with. Yes.
I saw kid one side of the head had black dots, and also black dots I found in the upper abdomen, and the back side had a lot of black dots, thick lumbars. And Sharad, I found black dots under the eyes, and also black dots.
Is your light green on that? Yeah, it's green. Here's the dot that's green, yeah.
Also for Sarah, on the back also I found some kind of black dots. Trish, I found on the head, over the head, red, 30% red and 30% white and 70% red, very small kind of auras. And also on the chest I found left side black dots. Chandra, I found red on the right and left side had blue shade in the front heart. And Marianne, I found crown had small spectrum, color of blue and white. Left side had broken lines and mixed colors.
Mm-hmm. So what do you, how do you interpret the colors? Is there was that a particular thing that's in your intent as to what the colors mean?
To some extent, yes. The red generally indicates energy, and the blue is a cool effect it gives. It gives stability, and the black is generally indicates sickness, and white is also a sign of energy,
Yeah.
good energy.
Mm-hmm. Well, sounds like you got a fair smattering across all of those. Yeah, and a lot of times you'll only get pieces of something. It's like the remote viewing. Sometimes you'll just get pieces of a pattern, certain elements of it. And it's like that here, particularly if this is a different way of doing it. You know, if you usually do it in a different context, within a different, you know, from a meditation state or something else, you can expect just to get pieces of it. But the thing that should be the most astounding to those of you who do it in meditation states, like Trevor, is that it's so easy. Without meditating, without getting in a particular state, without being in a quiet place or a dark place or anything else, you just do it and it still works. It doesn't work quite as well as you usually, in your usual way, because this is not what you're used to. But it can work just as well as your usual way once you get used to it. So that's one of the things that I like to get across, is that process is an important, exterior process is an important. And meditation can happen in tenths of seconds. All you're doing is letting go. How many of you, when you were looking at these black spots and you were doing the healing, were aware of a traffic noise? Were aware of, you know, birds singing or other people in the room? Mostly, I'd say not. All the rest of your reality, for most of you, just disappeared. See? Well, guess what? When your reality disappears, you are in a meditation state. You got into a meditation state in 2 or 3 seconds because you just let it all go. It's not that hard just to let things go and let them go quickly. It surprises people who spend a lot of time in process to do these things to find out that you don't need that process. All you need to do is focus your intent, and once you focus that intent, this reality just disappears all by itself. You don't have to let it go, it just disappears. And the more you do that, then the better you get to where you get just as effective in this kind of environment as you are in a more empty, clear space.
If you're sending, you see a diagnosis and you basically see there's a problem with so you find a black spot, in my case, in somebody's system. If you send the positive intent to heal that, then you don't have to do the diagnosis, because is it the energy that's got the intelligence that actually goes in and does the work? I'm saying, is it unimportant to know what is causing that?
No,
It's
not important.
Yeah.
There's only the only importance. What we're doing here is playing mind games with ourselves in order to focus our intent on what it is we want to get done. Okay. Now it depends on the kind of mind games you play and what metaphors in that mind work for you. You see. Now some people, what they would do is they'd say, okay, I found that there was a real black spot right here someplace. All right. It doesn't matter where it is, whether it's on your liver or on your kidney or whatever, it doesn't matter if it's just going to heal. You'll have a sense of heal that black spot, wherever it is, whatever it represents, whether it's cancer or something else, just get rid of that black spot. And that's okay. That's very good. Some people will go into more detail. Not only do they know exactly where it is on the body, but they'll diagnose whether it is on the kidney or on the liver. They'll look at it from this angle and that angle. They'll go through a lot of trouble. Then they'll find out that it's cancer, say. Then they'll go down to the cellular level of a cancer cell, and they will heal that cancer cell, just the one cell. They'll turn that cell back to being normal, and then their intent will say, make all the rest of the cells be like that one. So now that's a mind trick, for I healed one thing, and now my intent is that all the rest of those cancer cells be like the one I just healed. And suddenly, now they all turn white. It's just another mind game of getting your intent to focus on what you want it to do. So there's all kinds of ways that you can approach healing. Now, it is true that if you just have an intent for, good things, be happy, be healthy, if it's a real general intent, it has a general effect. The person does feel a little better. They do get a little plus up in their attitude, their feeling, their health, whatever, but it's a very general effect. It's not specific. So if you have an intent, when you do the diagnosis and you say, oh, there's something here, then you focus on that thing. Now you're more focused on a smaller part, and you can put a little more effort on that part. But you don't need the diagnosis to do that. You can just focus on whatever it is that's not healthy. You don't have to see it. You don't have to diagnose it. You can just focus on that, and the system's intelligent enough to take that energy and put it where it needs to go. But the rest of it is mind games. So the answer is yes and no. If it's part of, if it's part of a metaphor of yours, then it can make a difference how specific you are. If it's not part of a metaphor of yours, it really doesn't matter how specific you are, as long as you clearly and intently focus on whatever's wrong. The system does have intelligence. Just like go see, Trish W. There's lots of Trish W's in the world, but just by knowing that it's that Trish W. that was told to us here, that's a unique identity, you see. But that's, it's like we're using the person that offered up her name. It's the Trish W. that she told us about. Well, she only told us about one Trish W., so that's a name. But the system has intelligence, will actually get that to that person wherever they are, whatever part of the planet they're on, doesn't make any difference. You've made a unique identifier, that's where it goes. And that's the system intelligence. You don't have to say, well, it's a Trish W. who lives at this address and has red hair and the rest of it. It's not that. The system will figure that out as long as you give it a unique thing. So if you uniquely think about that problem and think about the most serious problem, all right, Keith may have 3 or 4 problems. He's got back trouble, he's got the ear trouble, and he probably has a few other things maybe he doesn't even know about. He had some stuff up here too, which may be stuff that's not yet bad enough to create a symptom, you see. But if you focus on, well, I'm going to focus on what the biggest problem is, the darkest thing first. Let's fix that. Now that's very concentrated. And you might want to back out and fix the next things. Or you may want to just do it all, fix it all. Depends on how you think and how you focus your intent, which one of those actually works best for you, which is why you have to come up with your own tools. Because your intent and your metaphors will work best for you. And if you try to use somebody else's metaphors, they'll work, but they won't work as well as if you come up with your own. Because really it's a fine-tuning of your metaphors and your intent to precisely define what the outcome is that you're trying to accomplish. So it's real hard to say how anybody should go about doing it. Everybody should do it in their own way. And that way will develop as you practice. Things will just feel right or feel wrong, and you'll get success or you won't get success, and eventually, 100 or 200 people later, you'll be good at it. You'll have your own tools, your own techniques, and you will be much better at focusing tightly. Confidence is another thing. If you feel confident about what you're doing, that makes a stronger intent. If you don't have any confidence in what you're doing, you end up with a weak intent. Confidence is built with experience. Yeah. So there's really no precise way. When you come across these courses that will teach you how to heal doing a very specific thing in a very specific way, that no doubt is a good tool for whoever developed it. And it may be a good tool for hundreds of people, but it may not be a good tool for you. That doesn't mean that what they're doing doesn't work or is wrong. It just means that it may or may not be a good tool for you. This has got to be an experimental science. Do what works. That's why it takes 10 years or 20 years to end up really good at what you're doing, because over that time, you learn to hone your tools and focus your intent. So we're talking about something of a, that you do for a lifetime, not something you do for a week, or something you do because it's neat, or it gives you power, that sort of thing. It's got to be something you really want to do, and you have to really care about doing it, and then you get better and better and better at it. So it has more with intent than anything else, more with attitude. Okay. So we have done some healing. Any other questions about your experience with this healing? What happened or what didn't happen?
I have one question.
Okay, we have one here and one here, Donna. Give. Okay. Okay, go ahead and start, and then, no, back, Donna, over there. Go ahead and start.
I am keen to know that when we intend to heal someone, being energy body, my intent energy goes to the healed person. Is there any chance of contamination?
For yourself?
Yes.
No, not unless you intend, not unless you have a fear of that happening. If you have no fear of that happening, then it won't happen. The only way that you can get contaminated is if you fear you might. You see, now you're putting energy into that possibility that you'll end up with the same thing they have. You'll somehow be contaminated by it, and if you have that fear, you're putting energy, as you say, into that outcome, which raises the probability that you might get something. Okay, so that's the fear. If you have a fear like that, then you have to build up a tool to counter the fear. So before I go out and heal, I'm going to build an invisible barrier that nothing can get through. You see? A shield, yes. I'm going to put up this big shield, and then I'm only going to work through the shield, and none of the bad stuff can come through my shield. Now you've created another intent to nullify the effects of your fear, because now you're not going to have fear, because you're protected by your shield. But as soon as you say, well, I don't know if my shield works, you're right back where you started. You see? So it really is mind games. Now, which we could throw all the mind games away if we could just focus our intent and be clear with it without the games. We don't need any of those mind games. We can just do it, you see? But that's hard for most of us to do that. So we play the mind games, we use the tools, and you just need a tool to protect yourself from that. If that's a worry, and it doesn't have to be up in your intellect, if just a little niggling worry down that you really don't pay much attention to, but it's kind of there, then you should pay attention to it and put a shield up. Wear gloves. Put on a biohazard suit first. There's all kinds of little games you can play. Sometimes, when I was first doing this, I wanted to make those spots white, really white. And I make them so white that it would begin to hurt my eyes. My eyes are closed, right? It's beginning to hurt my eyes. And then I'd manifest a pair of sunglasses to put on. And then I'd make it even brighter yet. You see, just mind games. But if they work for you, if the metaphor works, use it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tom, does it matter? Suppose the person who has to get healed, he does not believe in it, because so many times we are dealing, what is this? What is this healing, I don't believe in it, So will that hamper his healing, or we continue doing it with our intent? What would be strong?
No, his intent is his attitude that it's all a bunch of nonsense makes no difference whatsoever. You're just as effective on somebody who thinks it's all crazy as somebody who doesn't. Won't make any difference. Now, if you say, I'm going to try to heal your whatever, and they say, nonsense, that doesn't work. That won't heal me. I'll still be sick after you're done. They're putting energy into still being sick after you're done, you see. So you're working to decrease the probability of their being sick after you're done, and they're working to increase the probability of them being sick after you're done. So in that way, it can get in the way. But if they just go, yeah, do what you want, but it's a bunch of nonsense, then it won't have any negative effect on it. You'll be just as effective no matter what they think. It's irrelevant. If they're not actually actively opposing you, then there's no problem with it. Yeah, they don't have to have any connection to it whatsoever. It's not about them. It's about the way consciousness works. It's the system and the way the system works. Intent changes things in consciousness. And that just works whether the other person cares about it or not.
Is it better perhaps not to say anything at all?
Well, it depends. If you think that the person would not be opposed to it, let's say in your case, there's somebody that really thinks it's silly, but they wouldn't be opposed to it. If you were going to try, they'd say, well, sure. It's not going to hurt them any, right? They don't think about it one way or the other. If you know that's the way they feel, then you may not even want to bring it up. You just do it. But if you think there's some chance that they may say, I don't think so. I don't like that spooky stuff. Don't do any of that spooky stuff on me. That's the work of the devil or something. You guys are kind of out there doing black magic and I don't want anything to do with it. If you get somebody like that, then you should leave them alone. Don't violate their free will by just doing it. So you have to have that sensitivity, whether they mind or not. And some people you could just ask. I might be able to help, I might not. Do you mind if I try? And they say, well, what does that mean? You can say, nothing. You don't have to do anything different at all. It's just something I do in my own mind. And if they say, yeah, sure, if you want to, which most people will say. But if right away this idea you're doing it in their head, it's going to affect them, if that kind of frightens them, you may want to ask first to see whether or not it's something that they want to allow, so you don't run over their free will, their decision space.
Just if you take belief systems out of the equation, so then at the lowest sort of common denominator, is it frequency? Are we talking frequencies, or is that just a metaphor?
Frequency is just a metaphor.
So
energy is just a metaphor.
What's beyond that?
Light is just a metaphor.
What is beyond that then? How can it be measured? What's behind all the metaphors, what is there?
Consciousness and intent. That's all there is.
Okay.
We're consciousness. We're pieces of this larger consciousness system. Our intent changes things, modifies probabilities. And that's all there is. It's not about frequency. That's a metaphor. We can make a metaphor that spiritual growth is raising our frequency. We can make a metaphor that when we just like somebody, that's good vibes, or bad vibes when we dislike them. Well, the vibes and the frequencies are all just metaphors that help us put into words what we're doing, what we're feeling, what's going on. It makes it seem less woo-woo. If you say, I'm feeling, I feel this, or I just don't like that person. And people say, well, what's wrong with you? But if you say, I get really bad vibes from that person, they'll say, oh, you do? I wonder why. See, one of them's kind of crazy, and the other one's not nearly as crazy, because it has process. You're doing it for a reason. It's the vibes is the reason. If you just do it without a reason, then you're a flake. So the metaphors are there to help us explain what we do and why we do it. But they're not important. No, frequency doesn't have anything to do with it. Frequency is something that changes repetitively, right? That's frequency. And that's a slow frequency, and that's a fast frequency. Frequency has to do with repetitive change. What's repeating? What's the change? So there's nothing really there. It's information. Just information.
Tom, we used intent today in the afternoon for diagnosing illness and also for healing an illness. But can we also use intent the way you mentioned Obi-Wan or the Jedi use to influence someone's thoughts?
Yes.
To even pull a lightsaber towards you, or like you saw in the Matrix, to bend a spoon?
Yes, you can use intent to modify reality in a lot of ways. And that would be the next thing I want to do, depending on the time here. What is it? 15:30. We're getting close to a break. Where's Keith? Keith is not here. We can just go on. Without Keith here, we don't have to take a break. We can just keep right on going. Keith is the master here. You have to do what Keith says. So we'll just keep going with this until Keith comes in and makes us quit. That's making contact. That's making contact, okay, with somebody. That falls under that heading. We can do some experiments with that if you like. But yes, you can. You know how Obi-Wan has Luke in the little floating car, and the stormtroopers are looking for them, and he says, "There's no one here of interest. Move along." And they all go, "There's no one here of interest. Let's just move along," you know, and they go do that. Yes, those sorts of things you can do. You can interact with people, and they get that at an intuitive level. So intent does that as well. Communications. You can communicate in several ways. You can ask questions. You can see somebody else's point of view. You can feel somebody else's feelings. You can kind of look through their eyes, if you will, and see the reality that they see as opposed to the reality that you see. That's important. You can give somebody a suggestion. Works just like hypnotic suggestion. You can give somebody suggestions, and they'll get that suggestion. Here's a little simple thing you can do. Find somebody that's a friend of yours, doesn't mind you toying with them a little bit, and give them a suggestion, something innocuous, like, the color is red. The color is red. Tell them that a few dozen times, 3 or 4 times a day, and then when you run into them later, say, "By the way, what's the color?" And see if they say, "Red." You see, whether you've put that suggestion in their mind enough that it comes out. Yeah, Pamela did this with a friend of hers once, is playing a little game with her. And there was a girlfriend of Pamela's, a friend we've had for a lot of years. And Pamela sent her a message, "You need to button that last button on your blouse." This girl tended to leave the buttons undone as far as she dared. And she said, "You need to button that next button on your blouse." And she gave her that message, talked to her the next day and said, "Well, did you feel anything about, your dress or how you were, the shirt you were wearing or whatever?" And the lady said, "Yes." She says, "I did. I had this problem all day with something wasn't right with the way I looked or with my clothes. And I looked and I couldn't find anything wrong, so I finally decided I needed to unbutton one more button on my blouse." So it got just the opposite effect, because she didn't really want to button that next button on the blouse. It wasn't her. She didn't feel that way, but she felt she had to change something, you see. There's 2 things that I haven't discussed yet that I'd like to at least touch on. One that is mine and one that was a request. And then we're going to go to Q&A for the rest of the time we have. Unfortunately, I understand we have a hard finish on this at 6 o'clock. We must be clear of the premises. That's because they're going to lock the door or do something like that, because everybody wants to go home to their families. They don't want to sit here and wait for us to get done before they can lock up. So we will have a hard ending, and we'll need to end by 5:30, because it takes us a while to take all this equipment down and pack it back up and make sure we police up the room and get out of here. So 5:30 will be a hard ending.
That is an extra 30 minutes on what it should be, because we weren't officially going till 5.
Yeah, officially going to 5, but I begged for extra time, and they're giving me 5:30. So.
5:35.
Okay, so the 2 things I wanted to talk about. First, I'll talk about the one I had on the list anyway, and that is food, what you eat. Okay, what you eat does affect your mind. Some things that you eat are psychotropic. That means they modify your consciousness, which means they modify your reality. Some of these things we know, like alcohol, right, and nicotine, and various kinds of psychotropic drugs. But some that you probably aren't aware of are common sugar, preservatives, sometimes artificial colors and flavors. These things we eat all the time. And today, it's hard to have a meal without sugar. Sugar is an ingredient in everything. You have a sauce, the sauce has sugar in it. You have something made with mayonnaise or ketchup or mustard even or whatever. You buy French fries in a grocery store that are frozen, and if you read the ingredients, sugar's one of the ingredients. If you buy ground beef, sugar's one of the ingredients, and it's amazing what to put sugar in. That's because sugar sells. Sugar is addictive. People who eat sugar regularly desire sugar, want sugar. Well, it's a withdrawal symptom from not getting an addictive drug. So if you want people to buy your product, you put a little sugar in it because they'll like that better than the one that doesn't have sugar in it. They put it in because they have tasters test things. Here's 10 different kinds of French fries. I don't know, you don't call them French fries, you're British. In some of your culture, you call them chips. And they put, if they have 10 different kinds of chips and some of them have sugar, the tasters will like the ones with sugar, even if there's not enough to taste. Even if you can't taste sweetness anywhere, they still like the ones that sugar because they're still getting a little hit of that endorphin that makes them feel good. So sugar has a problem with, creates a difficulty with meditation, creates a difficulty with that clarity and that focus that you need. Sugar disrupts that. The reason it disrupts it, my theory, I don't really know why sugar disrupts it, but the best idea I can come up with is that glucose in your system is a very important part of your system. Your brain, your muscles, glucose is an energy source. Your body has a mechanism to regulate glucose in your bloodstream. That's called insulin, and it comes from your pancreas. You get too much blood sugar, you cut it back. You get too little, you open it up. So that's the regulator. We eat sugar all the time. When we do, we're trying to regulate it. We have some sugar, all the sugar zooms up, pancreas comes out, pulls the sugar back down. Eat some more sugar, it zooms back up. Pancreas tends to, eventually we wear that pancreas out, and then you have sugar diabetes when your pancreas is no longer able to work because you've just basically worn it out. When your blood level, sugar levels in your blood are doing this all the time, because every couple of hours you're ingesting more sugar, your brain, which needs that energy to run on, is never stable. It's always operating in a non-stable environment. It's got too much sugar, it's got too little sugar, it's got too much, too little, and it's like this. Okay, and it just starts to settle down when you eat some more. And it's going like this, and it just starts to settle down. It takes about 4 hours to settle down, which is about the time we have between meals, you see. So about the time it gets settled down, it gets kicked off again. And if you snack between meals, you're probably snacking on sugar. So now every 2 hours, if you have a little snack between, you're ringing this bell. So the consciousness would like to get very focused and very clear, but it can't because the avatar has this problem where it can't support that clarity. You see, the physical body provides the constraints that the consciousness has to follow. If your physical body is out of whack and not working, your consciousness now is working with a crippled avatar, an avatar that can't support certain kinds of functions. So with your blood sugar zinging around all the time, it makes it very difficult for you to have a coherent, strong, precise, clear focus. Because it's like you're in a place with a lot of waves in a rowboat and you're trying to hold still. It's a constantly adjusting, trying to do it, and you can never get quite still because what you're standing on, your platform, is bouncing all around. Well, the platform that your biology is working on is glucose levels, it's energy. And if those are always out of balance, then your awareness is always out of balance. And if you would not eat any kind of sugar, natural or unnatural, you know, whether it's honey or maple syrup or all those natural kinds of things, stevia, or whether it's, you know, high fructose corn syrup or some of those unnatural things, doesn't matter. If it puts glucose into your system or any other kind of os that rings your, you know, your bell for sugar levels, then if you quit all that stuff for 3 months, you'll find that your mind is so much clearer and meditation is so much easier. So that's one thing. What we eat does have effect on our mental clarity. And often the way you tell is so slow, over a couple of months you won't notice. But then after 2 or 3 months of having no sugar, if you accidentally get some, it's like you know, somebody slipped you know, some kind of a you know, medicine in your food or something that makes you kind of have a headache and your mind's real fuzzy, and you didn't realize it, but that's the way you lived before. You just never noticed because that's the way it had always been. Most of us have been sugar addicts since we were 2 years old when grandma stuffed a cupcake, you know, in our mouth for our 2nd birthday. And sugar addicts all our lives, so the fact that our world is fuzzy is normal. Doesn't seem fuzzy to us because it's always been that way. But once you clear it up and then you get some more sugar, oh, you recognize fuzzy when you feel it. It really makes a big difference. So that's one thing. Second thing is I was asked to talk about the process of retrieval. Now what that means is there are programs, and TMI runs a program like this, but there are programs where the object is to help the transition process for individuated units of consciousness. Now, none of them say that. They say that you're retrieving souls from, you know, a difficult transition, getting from wherever they were when they died to wherever they need to go, and somehow they're stuck and they're not making this transition by themselves. And there are programs that do that, that help other entities make the transition and that help you help them. So TMI has programs and a lot of other people do too. And I was asked to talk about that a little bit. What's going on there when you're in one of these programs? You go to the program and what you do is you get into a meditation state and you listen to the binaural beats or the hemisync if you're a TMI, and then they run this program about, okay, you're going to some particular space and there's lost souls or souls having trouble and you're going to go and do this and help them. And it's that sort of process. What that is actually is another virtual reality. There's this virtual reality where where you have players, just like here you have a virtuality with players, except the game isn't just make good choices. The name of this virtual reality game is help the souls make a transition. It's a good game to play because it requires empathy. It requires caring. It requires you to put out effort to be helpful to somebody else. It requires a focus in a bigger picture. So it has a lot of attributes to it that are very good experience. But what it is, it's another virtual reality game that you've logged into, basically, that now you're playing. Now, that doesn't mean that there can't be individuals who are having a hard time making a transition and they can't be helped out. That is possible. You can make that connection, but that happens a tiny little bit in the margins. When we're talking about this is something that groups of people do regularly, we're talking about something that is more like a different game. Like you've just logged out of World of Warcraft and now you've logged into The Sims. And in The Sims game, what we do is help people make this transition from death to what they're going to do next, to the next incarnation. So I don't want that to be a downer for people who do this, thinking, oh man, it was all just a game, it wasn't real, da, da, da. It's not about being real, it's information, it's real. It's just as real as any other information. They're real choices you're making. You can learn, you can evolve and de-evolve based on the choices you make with this real information. So don't have an attitude that oh, it's just a fake game, it's not real. It's just as real as any other game, as this game that we're in, playing entropy reduction. Okay? So it is real. You can grow up with it. It does have some advantages, but it's another game, if you will. It's another structure within which you can make choices and decisions. So that's kind of the bigger picture on the retrieval process. It's valuable for the people who do it. And I kind of, when I first mentioned that, I kind of felt bad that maybe I was poisoning that well for somebody, that they would now feel like, oh, I've been wasting my time on a game. But that's not the right way to think about it. That's your ego and your fear getting in your way. You need to see it as a set of experiences from which you can grow. Everything's a virtual reality, including that. When you die here, you end up in another virtual reality, a transition reality. And that helps you make the transition. It's another virtual reality. Okay?
Tom, based upon this, what you are talking about right now, when you do the Gateway program, they play a recording which Bob himself recorded with one participant,
Mm-hmm.
and where she's talking about a lady drowning in a ship, and she's she doesn't know that she's transitioned and she's dead,
Mm-hmm.
and then she's made to realize that she's dead, and the voice is being said by this participant who's
Mm-hmm.
in the meditation, and then the soul retrieval takes place. So is that all just a game in that sense?
See, just a game sort of makes light of it like it's not real. Yeah. It is just a game, but so is this just a game. It's as real as this reality. So as long as you think this is just a game of entropy reduction, then that's just a game of soul retrieval. Those things happen, the situation's set up. Your dream is another game where things happen and you get to make choices. And you get to evolve or de-evolve from the choices. That's another game that we play. But we have to not think of it as something less significant because it's not real. It's information. Information is as real as it gets. It isn't any more real than that. So those are real choices and real decisions you make when you're in that space. So, yes, and I have done that sort of thing as well. But mostly it's for the benefit of the rescuer. The rescuer is making choices and learning. It doesn't mean there can't ever be a situation where you actually are doing something for the rescued. It's a possible thing, but that doesn't have to happen. The reason is because the virtual reality that takes care of transition, they're good at it. They can deal with those cases where somebody is obsessed and can't seem to get going again because their mind is so tightly focused on one thing, they can't let go of that. So the transition gets to be difficult because they won't open up and come along. They're so obsessed. They know how to work with those things and they can deal with them very well. They're professionals at that. They don't need a lot of help. But it's good for you and for I to sometimes be in that situation. We are trying to give that help because that's a different kind of helping than we have now. So, it's not just a game. It's a game like all the other games. No worse, no less real, no more real. It just is. We have to get this idea out that there's this real world and then there's the imaginary world. And the imaginary one is just our imagination, and that's nothing. That doesn't mean anything. That's not real. Kind of have to let go of that sense that it's like that.
If I may comment on that, I think whatever you do, it has to come from that field of compassion.
Right.
And this is something that was maybe my last question to you. Can we go back to love? Because I remember you said, grow up to become love.
Mm-hmm.
So where is love in all this?
Okay, where is love in all of this? Love is what you are when you get rid of fear. You see, when you have fear, you have ego and you have beliefs, and that gets in the way. When you get rid of that fear and that ego and those beliefs, what's left is love. See, things work this way in general. It's not you have to go out and find love someplace. All you have to do is get rid of the stuff that's in the way, that's blocking love. It's the same with exploring the larger conscious system. You don't have to have some special nifty technique. All you have to do is let go of this. Once you let go of this physical world, this data stream, there's another data stream sitting there. That data stream is connecting you with the larger consciousness system in some way, you see? So you don't have to go find it or go through a technique. You just have to stop blocking who and what you are. So the love is what's left when the fear's gone. It's what it has to do with love. And that's our whole purpose for being here. It's to get rid of that fear so that we become love. And like you say, that's down at this level, at the being level. It's not up here. It's not how we act. It's what we are, who we are. That's what it is. Okay, with those two things done, then let's just go on with Q&A until 5:30.
What we'll do, Tom, is we'll leave one microphone on the left, one microphone on the right. If they just want to pass it around and take turns from side to side, that's really
Okay, about a year ago, I lost a load of about 10 years worth of photographs. Everyone gone. So like, and I'd backed them up on hard drives, just a series of events. And then I thought back to other things that I'd studied and learned and gone. And then I thought about what you were saying today and about science, how it evolves. So people have spent a lifetime learning things, and then it's become redundant because somebody else has invented something else. So then it comes to this question: is the actual process of learning more important than actually what you learn?
Yes.
Okay.
The process is what you learn. It's the process is the learning. I think what you meant is the process more important than the end game, than the result? Yes, the result is usually neither here nor there. The learning's in the journey, not in the destination. So it's the process of becoming is where all the choices are made. And you make those choices and you become something. Whatever it is, you become something because of all these choices you made. And it's not that you've become this something isn't that important, because you're going to move on and become something else after that. And after that, you'll move on and become something else. And that just keeps evolving because you're never done. You're always evolving your consciousness. So the end point isn't so important as the process of continually having the intent to become love. And you probably found out that all of those photographs disappeared, and that was traumatic and a terrible loss and gut-wrenching and all of that, but now what, 10 years later or however long later?
No matter what happens in my life now, no matter what, I just think it's just data. Yeah. And it helps. You know, it just helps. So,
yeah, because 10 years later it's like, well, life went on and it's fine and everything's okay and you're learning and growing and it's going on and okay, what a shame, but stuff happens, right? You get to deal with it. Yes.
You said life is about entropy reduction. We are in VR. Okay?
No, say that again.
Life is about entropy reduction.
Mm-hmm.
We are in a virtual reality. Our purpose is entropy reduction. Mm-hmm. What is the purpose of the purpose? Like in other way, we say in Hindu this thing, we come with a baggage of karma. Mm-hmm. Here we have to clear it. Mm-hmm. So what is the first source of karma?
Okay, karma. Karma results from the fact that you don't get a free pass just for trying. You have to succeed. You have to grow up. You have to become love. You have to get rid of fear. And if you don't, well, you get to try again. And if you still don't, well, you get to try again. And so on and so forth. So if you never grow up, you just get to try again. You see, that's karma. It's not really a punishment. It's not like, all right, you know, I murdered somebody, now somebody's got to murder me. That's too simplistic. That's a one-in-one kind of thing. You know, I spit on somebody's floor, they have to come spit on my floor. It's not that simple. It's just that you don't get any free passes. All of your growth has to be earned. All of your entropy reduction has to be earned, and if you have some area that you're not growing, well, you get to try again. You see, and that's your karma, is that you get to try again. You can't get past that point until you grow up and learn it. Even if you've tried it 1,000 times and you still don't make it, well, you get to try it 1,001 times, you see. So karma is that you don't have any free passes. It's not like school, where if you're old enough and that much bigger than all the rest of the kids, they'll pass you on anyway, even if you don't know anything. It doesn't work that way. So karma means that you have to do the work, learn and grow, or you get to try again.
Sir, there is no such initial thing.
Well, the initial thing is that when you incarnate here, you come with the quality that you've earned up to that point. Okay, so you're an individuated unit of consciousness. You've been trying to reduce your entropy, which means raise your quality of consciousness, and you've gotten to this point. Well, the next incarnation, that's where you start at this point. So now you have an incarnation, you make really wonderful decisions, you're a great person, you learn a whole lot of things. Now you're at this point. You've kind of gone up the scale a little bit on the evolution of consciousness. Your entropy's lower. Next incarnation, you start up there at that point. So that's just cumulative learning. Learning doesn't, you don't learn something and get reset to zero and have to learn it and get reset to zero. It keeps building. So that's evolution. So you're evolving the quality of your consciousness by making loving choices, by making good choices. And as you do so, the next incarnation, you start out with a lower entropy. But you can make a whole lot of bad choices there and slide backwards. Or you can make more good choices and go further forwards. You always have that choice to make bad choices or good choices because you have free will. You see? But the higher level you start, the higher the probability is that you will make better choices because you're already starting from a deeper understanding. So it builds like that. It gets.
Like you are given in the initially 50%, you have to reach 100%. By that, you may oscillate and may reach some point of time.
So you go up some, you go down some based on your steps. And karma just means no free passes. Keep trying till you get it. You see? So that's your karma. If you didn't learn not to be angry, then you just have to keep being angry until you get over it. Okay, over here.
Do you think we're at a big point of change at the moment with technology, what's happening with technology, and how we can compare now virtual, it's helped me because we can compare your theory of virtual reality with sort of technology and video games and that kind of thing. And is it that, and then how would you compare that with spirituality that's been going on for thousands of years? Has that been ahead of science? And now the two things coming together?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, and simple answer to that is yes. Yeah, technology is important for many reasons. And one is that as our communications technology gets greater and greater and better, the world shrinks. We're all closer together. Things that happen 20,000 miles or 10,000 miles away, they're right there on the screen right in front of you. You get this, we become people to each other even though we live so far apart. We matter more to each other. And as our world shrinks, that has an impact on us because we start seeing each other as peers, as equals, as just humanity. And that's easier to have empathy for somebody you can see that's having trouble than from somebody you just hear about having trouble. So that's going to help us pull together. We've had lots of bubbles of enlightenment, in the world for millennia, right? 2,500 years ago, the Buddha said that our reality is an illusion. It's a virtual reality. That's the illusion, you see. So we've had people that understood this a long time. And the Hindu theology is the same thing. It's come to the same conclusions. So have hundreds of other peoples and places come to the similar conclusions, but they've all been isolated. The internet gives us a chance for them not to be so isolated anymore, for them to see each other and see the similarities and to not worry so much about the differences. See, there's power in that. So technology is an important part of, I guess, the potential of our evolution. We couldn't take this next step without it.
Yeah.
Humanity isn't going to take the next big step in humanity's evolution is to become one family, if you will, one tribe, to be cooperative and caring with each other. That's the next step, to cooperate, care about other. We're a long way from that now, but the internet will be one part of that solution. The other part of the solution will be science declaring that this is a virtual reality, which sets us up to say, well, you know, that means that then there's some non-physical entity or source that we're derived from. Because a virtual reality can't compute itself. It has to be computed from some non-physical space. So all of that will help us grow up. So I think, yes, we have an opportunity now because of our technology to take a giant step forward if we're ready to take that step. If we're not ready to take that step, it'll just might bias, and like with all karma, we'll get to do it again some other time, and we'll have to just keep working on it until we get it. The good thing about evolution is that it is persistent. If we don't get it this time, we'll have another chance and another chance and another chance until we do. Evolution just keeps on chugging. Even if we slip backwards, 100 years in development, maybe it'll be 1,000 years before we do better. But we will do better, and we will get there. And one day, humanity will be unified, caring, cooperative, and working together. It's just the way evolution works. Look at biology and cells. You have this one cell. It's all by itself, self-centered little cell. It learned to cooperate with other cells. When it cooperated with other cells, it had a multi-celled thing. Okay, what was its mission? It cooperated yet with more cells, and those cells took on specialties. They were what's called differentiated cells. Some were the locomotion part, some were the digestion part, some were the defense part. They had multiple functions, organs within a larger body. And every time you go up a level, you're talking about a higher level of cooperation, a higher level of order, lower entropy, more order, see? And then we're one of those creatures with differentiated cells. We have all these organs, 1 trillion or so cells in our body, all cooperating, all individual. They all have their individual tasks to do, but they all work together, you see, for a larger purpose. Now, we see that just going through our biology. That's the way evolution works. Lower and lower entropy, more complex systems. You lower entropy through cooperation and caring, not through self-centeredness and it's all about me. So our whole biology shows that that's what it is. Now, what's the next step? All right, the bacteria did it and then did it again, and they've created this. The next step is for these avatars, we humans, to do the same thing. Cooperate, care, make something bigger than the individual pieces and care about that bigger thing rather than care just about ourselves. You see? So that's where we're going. It's inevitable. We will get there one day because that's just where evolution is going to take us. It's how long will it take? We could do it in 2 decades, or we could do it in another 2 or 3 millennia. We've been working on it a long time, but we've never had the opportunity to do it as a race, as a species, humanity. We've been too fragmented, all over the place. We can't communicate with each other. We don't even know, there are other people on the other side of the planet. So coming together is hard when you're separated like that. Well, this technology is pulling us together and together. We still have the old ways of being separate me first, but now we're beginning to look into the eyes of children that are starving someplace else. not just in our own backyard. And we need to develop empathy for those children. We need to develop ways that we can help. How can I be part of that solution? You say caring starts to develop. And as that develops, well, we're on our way then. We're not going to be like the bacteria, shoulder to shoulder inside a body. You know, that's not our thing as humans. You know, our cooperation is going to be at the consciousness level, the awareness level. That's the kind of organism we're going to make. But one day we'll be one big family, one structure, and we will be so much more effective. Our science will be so much more complete, and everybody will have the optimum amount of free will and free decision space. Sometimes people get this idea, oh, a collective idea, oh, that's terrible. And a collective, it's the, you know, the collective, it becomes like a monster and everybody has to do what they're told, right? So I'll be tied to some machine and I'll turn that crank and that'll be my job for the collective whether I want to do it or not. It doesn't work like that. That's fear. That's what fear turns this collective idea into. The collective works to give you more personal freedom, because everybody in this collective wants you to do just what you want to do and the way you want to do it. And you want them to do what they want to do and just the way you want to do it. And there's plenty of resources here for everybody to do that. You see, it doesn't have to be that you have to do that because that's what we need. You can do open heart surgery Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and you can work as a lifeguard Tuesdays, Thursdays, take Saturday off. You know, you don't have to get into a career channel. You can do all kinds of things, and there's no problem with that, because both of those things are helpful. So is riding around on the back of a garbage truck picking up garbage is helpful. You could do that too. Gets outside, get some exercise, some fresh air. Yeah, might be a good thing to do. Then do your open heart surgery, you know, a couple of other days. There's just more opportunities in that world to do what you want. You want to do art? Do art. Art's useful. Art has value, right? Society needs art, so it supports that. So we have now this ability. Technology can allow us to do that. So technology is a wonderful thing. Of course, it also brings us, you know, lots of nastiness too, lots of abuse, but it's new yet. We will get over that abuse as we grow up.
Yeah.
May I? This
Sure.
was exactly the answer to my question that I asked you on a level person to person. I think you overheard me. It was my question about tech. How do we use tech nowadays in a positive way? So, I mean, the answer was very striking, and thank you for that. Imagine that tomorrow you have a pitch at Google Office, and you say, please, people, listen, this is my theory, this is my big tool. So the next product that you have to develop to make this happen would look like, and you give them a blueprint of a product, a Google product that could, you know, make progress on our way to, let's say, to become love, to the unity, brotherhood. How would you do that? How would you pitch that? And what would the product look like? A technical device?
I have no idea. That's a thought I'll have to think about. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason why I'm here. Why am I traveling around the world giving these talks? Is so that when we have this big opportunity, we humanity, we won't blow it. We'll make the most of it, rather than get in a big fight about, you know, which religion is responsible, you know, for the non-physical superset. We won't go there. We'll see a bigger picture and we'll avoid that step. That's why I'm here, basically. That's sort of why you're here too, because everybody's in the process of searching, looking for bigger pictures, wanting to see a bigger idea of what's going on. And a lot of people have that sense of finding a bigger picture. It's getting more and more common that people are wanting this information. The problem is, How do you reach them? How do you present it to them in a way that they can process it? You see, you just can't say, okay, folks, here's the truth, and put it out there and say it. Well, the people who already are ready for that will see it and nod their head and go, uh-huh. The people that aren't ready for that will go, doesn't sound right to me, bunch of nonsense, and throw it away. It's not just telling the truth. To communicate with somebody, you have to start from where they are, not from where you are. You can't say, here's the answer, now you don't have to figure it out. I've just given you the answer. That won't work. You have to start right from where they are. And if they're a fundamentalist wound up in their own ideology, you have to start there and give them the next step and the next step. So doing something big out in the world that everybody looks at it and goes, oh yeah, that's right. That's a very hard thing to do because you have to interact with this one person. Everybody has to grow up on their own way in their own time. So I don't know how to make a product that reaches large numbers of people in a helpful way. Telling people the answer and explaining to people, what I've explained to you is only easy because you come here already knowing most of this, and the sharing is a love fest. We all sit here and we share these ideas and everybody's, yeah, that sounds good. It's a big love fest here. It's not like that if you just go out on the street corner and start saying the same things, It doesn't work that way. It's not as easy. So I don't know, but if you've got any really good ideas about how this can be done better, I'm all open to hear them and to try to figure out a way to implement them. Because growth has to happen one individual at a time, and it doesn't happen because you lecture somebody. It happens because somebody inside of themselves makes the decision that they want to change. They want to grow up. They want to be something more than what they are. And how do you get that individual to get to that point where they say, I want to change. I want a bigger picture. I don't want to be constantly struggling. I'd like some happiness and some peace. And what I'm doing isn't working. You have to get to that. You can't use fear and say, you're miserable because you don't agree with me. That doesn't help either.
I think you can lead by example, can't you?
Yes, exactly. You lead by
I'm
example.
trying to explain things to people. I can see that they're not, but I think all I can do is they can see the change in me, and then that initiates.
Exactly.
the change.
That's why the most important, significant thing you can do to save the world is to save yourself.
Yeah.
Is to grow up yourself. That's the most significant thing you can do, and be a good example to everybody else you interact with. You can't do anything really more powerful than that. Everybody else has to make their own decision to grow up. Okay, who's next? Oh, yes. Super.
Okay, so my question is that you said it's a random draw that happens.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times when you go through things in life which you think have low probability and that's the thing that ends up happening,
Mm-hmm.
over time I realized that it was not actually, I don't know, is it really a random draw? Because I feel like that thing was meant to happen for me
Sure.
to reach.
There are things that are meant for you to happen, and your life can be nudged in all sorts of directions. The larger consciousness system wants you to succeed because you're its chance to evolve itself. You evolve, it evolves. So the system really wants you to succeed in any way that it can help you succeed, by giving you an experience, by giving you some kind of synchronicity that things just work out for you. If you can use it, if you can process that, then the system will want to give that to you. So yes, things do build, and they happen for reasons. Everything isn't random. But when you open your refrigerator door after being gone for a month, now you're going to get a random draw what's inside, you see. Or if you go look through that big telescope, you're going to get a random draw. Or if you walk into a woods you've never been in, now you're going to get those sort of things. So new things that haven't already been established come in through this process. Otherwise, we're bumping around inside of things that have already been established. Right? This building's already established. It wasn't made just for us. It's been here a long, long time. We're just using it. So we're interacting with stuff that's been built and done and experienced for a long time. And that's good. So yes, things do build. Everything isn't random. Matter of fact, there's much less that's random than what we think. A lot of things happen for a purpose. And that's because if you're aware and growing, the system's working with you. You know, there's an old saying that says, if when the student's ready, the master will come. The master's all around you. You know, that's the system. When you're ready, things will happen. You'll get what you need. When you're not ready, it leaves you alone, because trying to push somebody into being ready pushes them into being less ready. So there's a lot of things that aren't random, but some things are. So I don't mean that everything you do is random. No, that's not it at all. New things that you experience, things that have uncertainty in them. Now the system can use that uncertainty to give you nudges. You see, you walk into a library and you notice this book sticking kind of out on the shelf, just draws your attention, right? So you walk over to that and say, well, what is that? And it's just the book you need to help you grow up. Well, why did that happen like that? Well, they call that synchronicity. Okay. Now, a book in a library, who knows? There's some randomness, there's some uncertainty in just how that book was put in there. So if the system wants to put in your data stream that book's sticking half off the shelf, and you just happen to stare right at it, and at the same time your intuition says, oh, I wonder what that's about, well, that can all just nudge you into going up and looking at it. And then your intuition can say, wow, this is really good stuff. All that can be given to you, you see, and that's synchronicity. It's not just randomness. That's a plan that's giving you an opportunity to help you out. That happens a lot to people who can learn through it.
I have 2 more questions, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
From childhood, I have a few very vivid memories of, I don't know, things, abstract things that I saw. Very strange, abstract, maybe even another being, I don't know, maybe. So while you're in childhood, does your brain function differently? Because I see my young nieces and stuff also speaking about imaginary friends, and that somehow clicks something in my mind. So
when you're first born, you have probably you're probably about 90% in the larger reality and about 10% in this reality. That changes over time. Somewhere around 7 years old, you kind of shift over to being mostly in this reality. But when you're 3 and 4 and 5, you got 1 foot in both reality frames. Yes, you have non-physical friends. You have all sorts of things that are going on in and you understand things. You understand things in a bigger picture way. And children will say things and it's like, that's deep. What is my 3-year-old doing saying something that's deep? But because they see bigger pictures, they're holistic. Their right brain, logical process doesn't kick in until about 7. Matter of fact, there are those that say we should be careful not to force our children into logical process too early. They need to experience those holistic right brain times. That's important. If we try to force them to read when they're 3 and 4 years old, well, it'll put them ahead in school, but are we really not hurting them by taking away from them that magical part of their childhood that's important as well? So about 7 is when your peers start making fun of you if you mention non-physical friends, right? They start laughing at you and so on, and you get more and more into this world, and by the time you're 8 or 9 or 10, you're in this world, and that larger system is now just intuition. And then by the time you're 30, that intuition has shrunk up and is small, and you don't trust it. When you get it, you ignore it. And then often you wish you hadn't ignored it. You turn it to be right. So what we're doing now is going the other way, getting more of us back into that bigger picture, learning to feed that intuition and trust it and work with it, which is what we're doing when we're healing and remote viewing. We're really working with our intuition. That's why it has to be out of the core, not out of the intellect. Intellect doesn't have anything to do with intuition. That's at a deeper level. So there's lots of things that are not random. And children, children have to relearn their whole worldview once they get older. But they have it naturally. Yeah, and when some little child says that and it rings a bell for you, yeah, you used to be that way too. You probably had that same connection. Most of us here probably did, which is why we're here and not out there doing something else. We're in here because we've had these connections. You know, that's the kind of person that ends up sitting in one of my talks, are people that are interested in these sorts of things, mainly through their own personal experience. That's why you have such a great collection of people at these events. And that's some of the power in this event, is that a lot of like-minded people with a lot of talent and a lot of love and caring all come together and meet each other, and it puts real good energy in the room. Of course, energy is a metaphor, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. This room's full of good vibes, right? It puts good energy around, and it's nice. It makes us a nice space, and we all feel kind of lighter, and we feel kind of better, and life is good, and all this positive just kind of, permeates the room, and that's nice. Yeah, and you meet a lot of people. It's a great place for networking. A lot of people who read my work, particularly the left-brainers who work in the left-brain world, they feel very isolated. It's like there's nobody they know that they can talk to about any of this that wouldn't think they were losing it. So they really, when they get to a place like this, it's just like they've gone to heaven, it's suddenly they have people that don't think they're crazy, people they can talk to and interact with. Yeah. So that's one of the great things about these sort of get together. Yeah, you can watch it on YouTube, but you miss the connection that we all have when we come to something like this. And that's a very important part of it. Okay, we have one over here. Now, are you two just passing that microphone back and forth? Are you not looking behind you to see if there's anybody back there that wants it? I guess not. Okay.
I had an experience about 2 weeks ago, and you have these experiences, then it brings another question up. It's a question brings an answer brings another question. Anyway, it was an experience which I can't really share with anyone, because one of the considerations of having this experience was the fact that I wouldn't share it with anyone. So I had proof, and they said, but don't share this with anyone. It was, I say up there, but you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. So, and I said, why not? And they said, well, because it introduces data into the system, and as soon as you introduce data into the system, it has to be acted upon. So that's why it's sacred. So that question is, does that make sense with what, does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes and no. There's a way that it makes sense, and there's a way that it doesn't make any sense. It's not that it's sacred. What happens is that you get that at the being level. Okay, you've connected to that being level, you get that information. When you share it, you move it up to the intellectual level. When it's into the intellectual level and you start talking to other people about it, now the intellect does what it does. You start analyzing it, you start judging it, you start questioning it, so do the people you talk to about, and pretty soon it becomes an intellectual entity rather than a being level entity, and you just killed it. It's no longer the same thing anymore. It was this heartfelt being level connection, and now it's an intellectual thing. So in that way, you kind of spoiled it, you see. Don't get it down to the intellectual level. Keep it at the level where it was most meaningful. That's the part that's kind of true about it. But no, it's not that somehow data gets in the system and it does something else. That's nonsense. It's that you taint it, you cheapen it, I guess, by turning it into something intellectual. Keep it for yourself the way it was meaningful, and that will continue to have that meaning. If you share it, you tend to turn it into something less. Now it's something to talk about rather than something to feel. So that's the difference.
So there's no such thing as sacred knowledge then?
No, not in the sense that you're saying it. No, there's no sense in the sacred knowledge. No. It's not that the knowledge is sacred. It's that things can be sacred to you personally. That doesn't make that doesn't make that knowledge sacred, because the knowledge is sacred all by itself. You know, here's knowledge tagged sacred.
I mean the secret, as in there's certain things that there's people that have had or are very highly developed on the planet that because of who they are, what they're not allowed to. They shouldn't share that information, or it would compromise the system. Is that?
No, that's some of the psi uncertainty.
Right, okay.
All that is, it's not about it being sacred. It's about if you tell people things they're not ready to hear and not ready to process, it doesn't help. It makes things worse. So you have to be careful what you share. You have to, you know, if there's somebody who doesn't have the ability to process the information and you give it to them anyway, chances are they'll process it into something negative rather than something positive. So you just don't, you know, coming up to people and telling them the truth, you know, shake them. Listen to me, I'm telling you the truth, doesn't help. Even though what you tell them is the truth, it's not helpful. You have to start from where they are and tell them something that lets them take one baby step toward the truth, then maybe in the next baby step. But they have to make those steps. So that's why you don't share knowledge to people who aren't ready for it. I have a whole lot of stuff in my experience that, you know, you've been trying to get me to share it for a long time, and I don't share. Just for the reason is it's not useful to share it. If it's not your experience, it's not your truth. And if I share it, I put you in the spot of believing it or not believing it. You see? If it's not your experience, it's not your truth. So there's no point. You're not ready to process it. If you've experienced it yourself, we could sit down and have a conversation about it and share notes. Yeah, that would be okay. But if you've never experienced it, to me tell you about it is, what it might do is be harmful. You might now start judging your experience based on what I tell you. So now you have an experience and you say, no, that's not the way Tom described it. That must not be right. I didn't do it right. See, now I've hurt you by telling you information, just giving you expectations and beliefs because you decided to believe what I told you. Now that belief is a filter on your own experience. It's not good for you. You need to have your own experience and find your own truth in your own way, in your own metaphors, and that's more important. And to try to find them in terms of my metaphors and my experience is not good for you.
It's quite a lonely journey though when you start having experiences, and I've met a few people and suddenly they're isolated because the old world has faded away and the new world is not quite there, and they've got no one to ask because everything's, you know, so it's a very hard transition.
Growing up is often a lonely business, particularly if you're growing up in a world that isn't very grown up. You see, if you evolve to a point where you're different than most other people, you live in a different reality than most other people, then you really can't talk about it to most other people. That's why it's so nice to go to a place like this where we're all together and you can talk about it with a lot of people who do understand. But that shouldn't be a burden. Some people get very burdened by that. I feel so alone, I feel so isolated, I have all this information and I can't share it. That shouldn't be a burden. That ought to be fine. You've got the information, grow up, stuff happens, you deal with it. Being isolated is one of those things you get to deal with. Learn from it, grow, and stay positive. It's the ego that feels, oh, I'm so isolated. The next line after that is, woe is me. Oh, I'm so isolated. See, now it's all about you and your isolation and the misery that you suffer because you're so isolated. And it's all, you know, that all just turns into ego and self-referential stuff that isn't helpful. So yes, isolation is part of it. You're different. You're not like most of the people out there. Well, accept that and go on. So that's fine. Okay, there's a lot of people I can't talk to, but that won't keep me from caring about them. If I can help, if I can see something I can do that'll help them, I will. But explaining to them what the truth is isn't one of those things that's helpful. Just being a good example is something that can help them. Because they'll see that you're living a life and that it's good and that you're happy and that you have peace and satisfaction in your life, and they'll want to know, well, how do you do that? And they'll start to copy you and emulate you and try to see what it is you you think and how you act. So being a good example is a good thing. But if you're a good example, that means you're different than most of the people you're the good example for. And so life can be lonely in the sense that you don't have a lot of sharing about it, but it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. It's not negative. It's an okay place to be. It's your growth and what you can share with other people, not necessarily about what they can share with you. Okay, somebody with a microphone. Yes. Okay. No. You're first. You were first. You got the mic first. Yeah, go ahead.
We are hearing so much about the law of attraction. So
Yeah.
the science behind the law of attraction, like I've understood, is intent is
Mm-hmm.
one of the very important things. Besides that, is there anything else more to the law of attraction?
Yes. Intent is good, and if your intent is a good intent toward growth and personal development and love and giving, if that's your intent, then the system will help you manifest that intent. Like we're talking about, the book jumps off the library shelf, it's just the one you need. It helps you manifest that intent. If your intent is self-centered and ego-based, I'm going to use my mind and I'm going to get a new Mercedes-Benz, and I want a girlfriend who's prettier than the one I got, and I'd like a big fat bank account, and this is what I want. The system isn't going to help you get that. Chances are, if you push on that too hard, the system will give you a slap. A little correction, you'll get just the opposite. I had a guy came up to me in one of my talks, and he said, I had this picture, I wanted this idea, I saw myself as a real, kind of a strong He-Man, buff kind of guy, and here was this pretty little girl, with me and so on, and he wasn't very socially adept, so this was something he was trying to create, and this is one of these, technical nerd types. And this was his idea. He had this in his mind, and he kept working on it to see himself as this very masculine He-Man, and this little lady leaning on his shoulder. So he worked on that, and you know what happened? He didn't change a bit, but his girlfriend got anorexic and shrank and got very, very small, so where she was real little. And he realized, that's what I was looking for. That, I'm the big guy. Well, now he was a big guy compared to his little woman, because she was now 95 pounds and very little. And he thought, that's what I've created with my intent. So that was a system giving him a slap. If you try to work for your ego, for this is all about me, you're liable to create something that you wish you hadn't have created. That was just a little correction there. He got the image. He saw it and realized that that was something he had created. So yes, there's another element to it. There's another dimension there, and that is the quality of the intent. Is it a good intent, or is it a self-serving intent? Okay, now you can force the system into manifesting what you want if you work from the being level. Most people who just want a Mercedes-Benz and a skinnier girlfriend aren't working from the being level. They're working straight out of their ego. You see, there's very little power in that. Very little power to manifest anything when it comes out of your ego. So if you really want to be able to manifest things, it's got to come right out of your being level, and it has to be you at a deep level. Now, some people can learn to do that, even though they're still shallow. They can practice and practice. They meditate and learn because they want that new Mercedes-Benz, so they work on it. And they may actually get better at it. But those are few and far between. And often, once they get it, what they find out is, it doesn't bring them any happiness at all. In fact, it usually brings them unhappiness. That's another slap, you see. So when you do things for the wrong reason, you tend to get results, but they may hurt a little. So that is a dimension. It's not just that anybody can do anything, although the negative side can use those same tools. I say you can use your mind to get rid of a headache or to give somebody a headache. But if you constantly are trying to give people headaches, you'll pay a price for that kind of stuff because you're de-evolving by making those choices. You're slip-sliding away. And that price will be paid next time when you start even at a lower spot on the evolutionary scale than where you started last time. That's the karma thing. You see, you don't get it right, you get to do it again. You do it wrong and you have to make up for that.
But then, is it wrong to ask for abundance or to intend for better quality of life or ask for more love or anything? I mean, you feel that you want more, so...
It's not wrong. Actions are not where morality lies. Intent. Why do you want that? You see? Why do you want that's the key. What's your intention there? If your intention is, I'd like, my children to have more choices than I had. I'd like, that sort of thing. I'd like to have time to meditate every day instead of working 15 hours a day. I need to change things. Yes, that's fine. It's not that they all have to be selfless intents that, may the orphans, on the other side of the world find food. That's nice, but it doesn't have to all be that way. It can be about things, but what's your intention? Is your intention something that's lowering entropy? Or is it something that's just raising it by feeding your ego? That's the thing. It's the motive that matters, not really what you're asking for. It's why you're asking for it. If why you're asking for it is a low entropy kind of thing, that's good. If why you're asking for it is a high entropy kind of thing, that's not so good. Okay, who has a mic over here? Yes.
Yesterday and today you've mentioned meditation quite a lot. And I would just like to ask you, because there are so many different forms and practices of meditation, what kind of meditation are you referring to?
Okay, meditation. Meditation is a tool that we use to quiet our mind so that it's easier for us to focus clearly. There's all sorts of ways to meditate, and the way that you should meditate has to do with the way that works best for you. You're an individual. Almost all the meditation techniques work on a similar principle, and that is they fill your head, they fill your mind, your consciousness with fluff, with nonsense, with boredom, so that you'll let go of it, right? So one of the meditation techniques is use a mantra. You just repeat this sound over and over. If a thought comes in, you let the thought go and go back to repeating it. Well, the mantra has to be a sound that doesn't mean anything to you. If your mantra was like, donut or, fish and chips or something, it might make you hungry. You'd relate to that. It would mean something to you. But if it's just a sound, particularly a resonating sound that ends in an ing, bing, ling, that kind of a sound, if it ends in something like that, then you just make the sound and it fills up your mind. It's like stuffing your mind full of cotton candy or something that keeps the thoughts away. If you look at your breath, just be one with your breathing. Well, that's really boring. It just goes in and it goes out and it goes in and it goes out, and it's not even voluntary. You're not doing it on purpose. You're just having your attention on it. That's like sitting on your back porch watching your grass grow. That's another meditation. It's just boring, and what happens is that if you keep your attention there and thoughts come in, you go back to paying attention to your breath, eventually the rest of the world goes away. That's why these are meditation techniques. They're techniques to fill you full of boring, non-operative stuff so that you won't think about it and you won't think about anything else. So all the techniques are like that way. You can look at a flame that's dancing on a candle and just kind of look at it and go with the motion, but the motion is very random. It doesn't ever do anything much different. It gets very boring, And after a while, all the rest of the world drops away. People can listen to music and do the same thing. People can trace patterns, a mandala or something. It's not that any of these things are really sacred, that it's the sacred mantra or the sacred mandala or this or that. It's just non-operative stuff to fill up your head so that you can let go of processing, judging, analysis. What do I have to do next? What's going to be for dinner? You know, am I going to meet my boss's deadline? You got all this stuff going on in your head. You need to let it go. So I'd say pick the technique that works for you. And eventually, you'll just let the meditation go. Eventually, the meditation is just like the training wheels on the bike. You need it when you're learning it to be disciplined and do it regularly, but eventually you get there very quickly. You sit down to meditate, you're there in a meditation state a few seconds later. And then you find you don't even have to sit down. You can do it anytime, anywhere. And then you don't really need to meditate because your life is a meditation. You can let go of the outside world whenever you want, for just a second if you want, you see. So meditation is a tool. There's nothing particularly sacred about it. And eventually it's a tool that, like most tools, you tend to outgrow them. You need them for a while until you no longer need them to focus, and then you can let them go. So eventually your process gets more and more efficient the more practiced you get, to where you can heal, you can remote view, you can feel that empathy, you can connect to other people, you can see reality through somebody else's eyes, and you can do this stuff in seconds, 4 seconds, and your mind works very fast. Consciousness operates and computes and processes much faster than it does when it's limited by a brain. So you can get done in 2 or 3 seconds more than what you could get done here maybe in 2 or 3 hours, just with that little bit of time, if you let it go. That's one of the reasons why I hurried you through these exercises. Go heal somebody. It would have probably been better if I only gave you 30 seconds rather than 2 minutes. Go heal somebody. Okay, now we're done. It's like, what? We're done already? You know, I hadn't started my process yet. Well, you have to learn, let the process go. Just do it. Well, I can't do it without a process. How do you do anything? You start at square one, then you go to square two. We've learned that we have processes we have to go through or we can't get anything done. So we want to process it. But it doesn't work that way with consciousness. Just do it. You have the intent, you do it, you get the data, it's done. It only took seconds, and you didn't need to meditate first. So that's kind of where we're going with it. But meditation is good. If you have trouble meditating, use the binaural beats. Those will help you meditate. They won't force you to meditate, but they will help you to meditate. But then you need to get rid of those and let those go.
Thank you.
I've got 2 questions. One is on Darwin's theory of evolution. Is that also, when he explained it in a very logical way that, how from dinosaur to how the human species has evolved. It's step by step, step by step.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what we are talking about is, it's a virtual reality, so there could be a step function also. There could be some mutation which could happen in between. So, are they in sync, or is there a paradox there?
Okay, let me see if I got it right. We're talking about evolution.
Yeah.
And we have evolution in virtual reality. We're evolving the quality of consciousness. That's our point. And we have evolution within this virtual reality. All the fauna and the plants and the creatures and all that stuff evolved. Evolution itself is just a process where the output gets fed back into the input and change happens. Then that output gets fed back into the input and change happens. It's just a circular process that has no end. As long as it can produce an output, that output will always go back into the evolution. It'll produce a new output. As long as there's somewhere to go, some change to make, that is profitable, then the system will eventually find that change. Okay, so that's how evolution works. It works the same way in the virtual reality. In the virtual reality, you have a rule set. Things change according to the rule set, and if that change is a better change, it persists. If it's a not better change, it eventually goes away. So it's kind of trial and error, and things just go. So we have this virtual reality that's a computation with a rule set. The rule set allows certain things to happen, but lots of different things could happen. Some of them are productive things, some of them are not so productive things. The productive things go on, the not productive things go away. Now in this simulation, in this rule set, its criteria for success is procreation and survival. All right? Those are the two things. If you can do those two things, then you get to go on. If you're not very good at those two things, you wash out. You get left behind. Okay? So those are the two criteria that decide what sort of changes will be kept and what sort of changes disappear over time. So it's not that the evolution thing is intelligent that says, oh, this isn't a good change, we'll squish that out. The machine just runs, and the things that work go on, the things that don't work are self-destructive, go away. So in this virtual reality, we have evolution of the avatars and the plants and the rocks and the rivers, and everything changes. You know, with erosion and wind and everything changes as a function of time. And if that's okay, then it goes back in and gets to change some more. So evolution is evolution, and all things are evolving. So the larger consciousness system is evolving, changing, lowering its entropy. It creates a virtual reality that's evolving according to its rule set. Individual people like us, individuated units of consciousness, are evolving our quality. We evolve by lowering our entropy. We just have one criteria. We don't have procreation, okay, along with survival. We have just survival, I guess, and survival means lowering your entropy, growing, moving forward. If our entropy gets really, really high, then we don't have any information. We're just randomness. So it's kind of like survival, but it's just keep lowering the entropy. Entropy is something you have to keep working at. It's natural for entropy to grow. Things just rot if you don't maintain them, right? Things fall apart. If you don't keep trying to become love and you keep trying to work on your fears will start to grow again. Your ego will start to grow again. So it keeps constant effort going. That's what evolution is. It's a constant, open-ended cycling. What it actually does, it's a term that I coined, it's a process fractal. Okay, it's a process fractal. We know about geometric fractals. Geometric fractals are you take a geometric element, like a triangle. And a fractal means that you have this process that puts little triangles on top of big triangles, and then even littler triangles on top of those. And all of that makes a bigger triangle, which then has littler triangles on top of those. And you just keep going out with various scales of repetition of triangles, and pretty soon you have this huge geometric fractal that looks like mountains and streams and reflections off of water and all kinds of amazing things. Very complex, low entropy, all this complexity. Process fractals work the same, except instead of starting with a little geometric shape, you start with a media like consciousness and a process like evolution. But it's the same thing. It just keeps repeating on itself. You take the output, put it back as the input. You just keep doing that, and eventually you have this hugely complex thing that you've built up. And you've built it up because all the things that didn't work fell away. And it looks like a miracle. Wow, look at these human bodies. All these trillions of cells are all cooperating. It's got thousands of enzymes and neurons and vast complication. Well, that's the way fractals do. They make these really, really complex patterns of things that are low entropy. So evolution is a process fractal rather than a geometric fractal. And the neat property of fractals is if you go in and look at any piece of a fractal, you'll see the fundamental thing. You go into any of these big fractal patterns made on, say, triangles, you'll find a triangle down there in the little tiny detail. Well, it's the same thing here. What you find here is consciousness, okay? Choice is what's evolving, and that's everywhere. The same patterns show up everywhere. Remember, one cell, multi-cells, integrated, differentiated cells. Now we have humans that are all individual, all about me, and they need to come together to form something bigger. That's a fractal process. These have the same kind of patterns are going on at different levels. Same thing takes place inside families. Takes place in all social units, including bacteria. Takes place everywhere. So we see a lot of repeating things. So evolution is just a process, and consciousness is the media that the process is working on, and this is what we've got. So yeah, it is all connected, but we have this evolution going on at all sorts of levels. Everything evolves. Our technology evolves. We only have the technology we have because it's something better that evolved out of what we had before. You know, political systems evolve. Monetary systems evolve. Everything evolves. It just keeps changing, and what works persists, what doesn't work eventually dies. Sometimes these systems have long lifetimes. It takes a long time to find out what it is that doesn't work. But everything is in a state of evolution. And our avatars are still in a state of evolution. So are the plants and the animals and everything else. We're still evolving. If we have global warming like some people predict, a lot of those critters are going to drop away. And plants too, they won't be able to survive. But then it'll go on and new things will come as new niches are available, because the system always explores all possibilities. You see, what can happen here? Well, here's all the things that can happen. Well, which one do we get? We get one of these. Oh, a walking fish. Isn't that interesting? You know, and that may turn into a mammal one day. First it'll turn into a reptile. You know, you just happen to get those kinds of things. So as long as you're taking random draws from all the possibilities, you will eventually sample all the possibilities, and the ones that work persist. And once you have these things work, you get a whole new set of possibilities. Every time something changes, it creates another set of possibilities. That's why it doesn't end, because change creates the possibilities of new kinds of things. You don't run out, it just keeps going. So that's why there is no ending, why you don't get to the place and you say, I'm done. You're not done. It's unlikely the system will ever be done. It's an evolving system. Okay, who's next?
There's one other question which was
okay.
Gravity. That
yes.
How is that created? Because whatever Google have done, it does not give an explanation that why gravity is this in Earth and 1/6 in the Moon.
Right.
What really led to?
Gravity
there must be something scientific around.
Yeah, gravity is just a part of the rule set, and what it says. You know, we have different ways of looking at gravity. You can look at gravity in the old way, the Newtonian method, that says all masses attract. And the force of attraction between masses is some constant times the product of the two masses divided by the distance squared, gmm over r squared. Right? That tells you the force that they're attracted in, and that was gravity. So we're a mass, and the Earth is a mass. We're attracted to the Earth, and that worked fine. And we launched rockets with that, and can put them places. And then Einstein came along with general relativity. And he said, well, gravity is curved space-time. And you have curved space-time and things kind of roll downhill, and because of that, that's gravity. So here's a big mass, and that makes a real big curve in space-time. And over here's a mass, and makes a curve in space-time. And each one then kind of rolls downhill into the other, into these big curves, big depressions they make in space-time. That's just another way of looking at it. It gets some of the same results and then has more general results in Einstein's viewpoint. Less general results, but they come up with the same thing. And there may be other ways of looking at it as well. That's not the point. That's the way we're modeling gravity. What gravity is, that's like making action at a distance out of force fields. That's what an E field is. An electric field is a force field. Instead of making force fields or gravitational fields, the fact is that gravity is just defined in the rule set. And Newton came up with the GMM over R square as first guess at what the rule set was like. That's how the rule set works. It's the product of the masses times a constant divided by the square of the distance between things. Einstein came up and said, well, I got the rule set's more complicated than that. Here's the way the rule set works. And he did general relativity. All they're doing is trying to come up with a logical structure that emulates the rule set. But gravity works just not because little gravitons are flying around or that there's fields. It's just part of the rule set. That's just the way it works. In other words, these things that just are the way they are, in a virtual reality, you explain that by saying it's part of the rule set. In World of Warcraft, my son's first lizard man jumped into the water and drowned. His second lizard man jumped into the water and drowned. And so on that went until he realized that all he had to do was point his lizard man's head up to the surface and the lizard would go to the top and swim. He didn't know that. It took him a long time. Well, that's just the rule set. Don't ask why it is you point a lizard's head up and they swim and otherwise they drown. It's the rule set. It's just the way the game's made. It's the way the rules are. It works that way. As long as his head was pointed up, he could just move through the water. If his head was pointed down, he just sank like a rock. So it's the rule set. It doesn't have to have a reason. It's the rule set for the virtual reality, and that's the way gravity is. It's just the rule set. That's the way mass and time and space and spin and all those things, charge, they're all just defined in the rule set. So they just are. There is no cause for them other than the rule set had to be that way in order to produce a stable simulation that would last long enough to evolve interesting avatars so that consciousness units could go experience in those avatars. So the rule set had to be a pretty special rule set that would make something that stable. It took billions of years before avatars got to the point that they made interesting avatars for consciousness units. So, and that evolved itself. The rule set evolved. It's not like consciousness just came up with this rule set because consciousness is brilliant and it worked. Consciousness said, let's make a virtual reality and let's have some rules. And okay, oh, that didn't last very long. Let's change the rule set. Oh, that didn't last very long. Let's change the rule set. Well, that lasted pretty good, but we had a little problem here. Let's refine the rule set until eventually they had this real complex rule set that evolved just from trial and error till they finally got a rule set that was tuned enough to last long enough to do what they needed to do as an entropy reduction trainer. So everything evolves. Okay, how are we doing? We've got 6 minutes.
Last question.
Well, I could answer 2 3-minute questions. What's the chance of that? So where's the last? We got 2 people here.
Okay.
Whose call is it there? You're the boss.
Well, no, you're the boss. Take them both.
Okay, who's going to ask the question? You both got mics.
So in Indian mythology, they say, don't go behind the sensation. Don't go behind the sensation, body sensation.
Okay.
But I feel all the behaviors are driven by the sensation, either to get or not to get, or continue to get or continue not to get. So what is your take on that?
Okay, tell me again it's about sensation.
Body
You feel?
sensations.
Yeah, body sensations.
Yeah. Don't go behind the body sensations.
Don't go behind it.
Behind. No, behind. Don't do things. Don't do things just for the body sensation.
Okay, I know what you mean. Don't do things just for the body sensation. Okay, got that. What do I think about that?
Yeah, what I think is our behavior is driven by the body sensation.
Okay?
So, for example, in meditation, if you think about sensation, you don't get it. But if you don't think about sensation, you feel some kind of sensation. But I feel sensation is the reason for it.
Okay. The body responds to your meditation. Your heart rate lowers, your blood pressure drops. There's a lot of physical things go on when you meditate. And you can use your body sensations as signposts that tells you what a good meditation you are and not such a good meditation. People trying to go out of body get sensations sometimes. They'll either try to go out of body and their body will start to wave, or they'll get electric shocks, or they'll hear loud noises in their process of letting go of this. Well, those are very common. A lot of people get these kind of body sensations as they're attempting out of body. To get, out of body is really a silly word. You're not out of your body, but to get to let go of the physical reality. Some of these sensations are just because you're letting go. Okay, you've got a nervous system that's constantly sending out signals and getting messages back. Okay, fingers, how are you doing? Okay, fine, tighten up a little, loosen a little. This message is going on all the time. Now you meditate, you start letting that go. The body is not getting their messages anymore because you're not feeling things, you're not sensing things. The body doesn't know what to do with that. It's like a servo system that doesn't know where to hunt. You know what I mean by servo system? It's like a system, like a radar that follows things. Servo system, a certain forces move until it gets to some equilibrium point and it stays there, but then it moves, keeps trying to get to an equilibrium point. Well, your body gets into that sort of thing. It starts hunting for information. It starts hunting for data. I'm not getting any sense data. The eyes aren't seeing anything. The ears aren't hearing anything. I don't feel my body anymore. It no longer is getting the data, and I think it starts to get a little like servo hunting, can't find a spot. So I think that's noise. Those sensations happen to be just noise in your central nervous system because you're no longer sending the signals that it's used to. That's the out of body, letting go. But your sensations can become valuable signposts. A lot of people who go into meditation states, one way they know it's a good meditation state is they start feeling this pulsing in their body. And they say, oh, I'm in a good state now. I feel that vibration, I'm there. And if they do not get that vibration, I'm not there. So now that becomes a signpost. That's a tool. So now you've got a tool. When I vibrate, I'm in a really good state. And that's a tool for you. And when you get in a really good state, you'll vibrate. And that's how you'll know that you're there. And this is where you can do good work. So that also happens. You can set those body sensations. A lot of times when people meditate, they get body sensations that annoy them. They're trying to meditate and they're almost there and oh, your nose itches. And the more you think about that nose itching, the worse the itch gets. And then pretty soon it's like, oh, I don't want to, you don't want to move, so you go over and you do this, then the nose stops itching. And you almost get there, now your forehead itches, and you just have this constant set of interruptions from your body that just doesn't seem to want to let you meditate. I see somebody back there laughing and nodding their head. Yeah, that happens to a lot of people. And that is part of your, that's part of your reticence to let go. That's part of, you might say, an underlying fear to just not be yourself anymore, to let go, to be something else. You're not in this data stream anymore, then what might you be in? It's a little scary. So the body will do little things to prevent you from doing that. So there's lots of body sensations that relate to mind, to mental and consciousness sensations. Sometimes they're tools, sometimes they're annoyances, sometimes they're just servo systems that aren't getting data and are starting to panic because they can't feel anything anymore, they can't hear anything anymore. And they're just oscillating around. And then we interpret those oscillations as something big, particularly since we've shut them all out and then suddenly there they are and they're just kind of loose and wobbly, and that's the wiggle feeling that we get a lot. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but sensations are part of, they go along, they're connected to the kind of thinking that you're doing, the kind of space that you're in. Eventually they all go away. Eventually you don't need the pulsations to be a good state. Eventually you don't get the itches that drive you nuts. All of that just kind of dissipates eventually. Just like your need to meditate goes away eventually. But they're there in the process. That's just part of the process of overcoming things. I remember meditating with itchy noses and itchy foreheads and all sorts of annoyances just to get in my way. And some of that's a test. If you get angry about it, if you get upset about it, if it annoys you, then you've lost. You've made the wrong decisions. If you just let it go, okay, it itches, I'll live with it, no big deal, let it itch, put my mind elsewhere, then it'll go away. So part of that's a lesson to learn, you see. All right, are we done? Keith, we got one more, Devendra. Last question. Yes.
I hope it's an important question because we've really learned a lot in the last 2 days. And the question that I'm going to ask now is that, of course, the history of the earth and the history of life on earth shows that we have to, really battle to survive. I mean, every living being had to, battle for, that survival of the fittest. And then, people had, all life was very selfish up till now. But now, you are also, telling us about love being the most important thing. So, love moves away from the direction of really surviving and fighting and competing. So, do you see that shift really, expanding across all living beings, and that's how things will be?
Yes, eventually, that's where it's all going. Everything is evolving here, all consciousness, whether that consciousness is a dog or a cat or a bumblebee, all consciousness is in the same mode that we're in, making decisions and evolving or de-evolving based on the quality of those decisions. And yes, we have a lot of instincts that have to do with survival, because survival and procreation. We have a lot of instincts that have to do with procreation. So there's a lot of instincts there, and one of them is what the fight or flight instinct, okay? We have these kinds of things, but we need to deal with those. That's something that we are and something we have to deal with. Being competitive and taking what you can take, well, that worked for a long time to keep people alive, but that's not functional anymore. Those instincts are embedded in our genetics. We can change that. Intent also changes your genetics. When we change, our body will change to support our consciousness. You see, the body supports the conscious. The conscious leads, the body follows. So when the conscious grows up, those instincts that are not helpful will start to disappear and be replaced by other things. We won't have those same instincts anymore. Those instincts represent us and our needs and the way we are now. As we change, they'll change. So the body adjusts to what the consciousness needs. As we grow up and become love, our whole system changes. Our physical system changes, our brain changes, our nervous system changes. Mind leads, body follows. The body will adjust itself to support the consciousness as best it can. So, we can deal with that. That's just one of the things we have to deal with. Yes, we've come from a pretty rough and violent past, but we've been getting kinder and gentler now for a long time. We have been evolving. If you look back 200 or 300 years, an eye blink in the hundreds of thousands of years and a million years that we've been evolving, just look at the last 200 years and that eye blink, how much kinder and gentler and more cooperative we are than we were, in the 1500s or 1600s or 1700s. Wow, life was cheap then. It's still cheaper than it should be, but it was really cheap then. And we've made a lot of progress. And we're still making progress. And all the progress we make makes our lack of progress glare even stronger, more obvious. But no, it's not that everything's gone to hell in the handbasket and we're much worse now than we used to be. We're better now than we used to be. We are constantly evolving. It's just slow. Much slower than you'd wish it to be. But it's steady. It's that relentless evolution. It's steady. That's why I say that it's inevitable that we will one day be one family here, humanity. We will grow up. We will become love. The question isn't whether that'll happen. The question is, will that be decades or will that be millennia? That's the question. We have an opportunity to make it decades. I hope we can rise up and meet that opportunity and use it. But if not, we'll just keep chugging on. You can go back for a while and then you have to get back, you know. That's the way it is. Okay, we've done it. We've wrapped it up. We got 5:36, 6 minutes past quitting time, boss. You just have to deal with that. Thank you, people.